emergency response and evacuation. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or to the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Please also speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of 86 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakura Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. We will conduct a roll call of committee members. Councillor Briquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And I'll see if other colleagues are joining us. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Rice here.
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor Rice. Okay. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang, you want to do that?
Sure. Move that the September 18th, 2024 Executive Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Replacement page for 7.1, Affordable Housing Investment Program Fall 2024 Grant Award, page 3, and replacement attachments for 7.1, attachments 1, 11, and 13.
Okay. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Cartmel, you want to move the minutes?
Yeah, I will move the minutes of the August 28th, 2024 Executive Committee meeting.
Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you. Protocol items. I have few protocol items that I would like to present on behalf of the committee and council. Good morning, everyone. I am honored to recognize Rail Safety Week. The City of Edmonton is proud to stand with other municipalities across Canada that are helping promote the need for increased rail safety education. This recognition is also an opportunity to empower everyone to be more situationally aware and to encourage safe behavior around tracks and LRT trains. As Edmonton's transit network grows, so too does our need for ongoing discussion and education about rail safety. Ultimately, our goal is to eliminate preventable incidents as we work to build a safer city for all. On behalf of City Council, I'm pleased to share the following proclamation. Whereas more than 46,000 kilometers of busy freight and passenger rail lines extend throughout Canada, and whereas each year over 2,100 North Americans experience life-altering injuries, amputations, or death due to unsafe behavior near trains and tracks, and whereas each of these incidents are completely preventable through ongoing awareness, discussion, and education, and whereas the City of Edmonton stands with other Canadian municipalities and the rail industry to eliminate railway crossing incidents and encourage safe behavior around trains and tracks. Therefore, I, Mayor Amarjeet Sohi, do hereby proclaim September 23rd to 29th, 2024 Rail Safety Week in Edmonton, Alberta's capital city. And the second recognition, I would also like to acknowledge that Sunday, September 29th, is Police and Peace Officers Memorial Day. This day is meant to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Committing oneself to helping keep Edmontonians and their communities safe is a selfless act. And working in law enforcement is not merely a job. It is a duty to put a whole city above you, even in the face of grave danger. This is not an easy task, and is likely something many of us take for granted in our day-to-day lives. But the efforts and sacrifices of our law enforcement members are what effort that affords this comfort and should not be forgotten. On September 29th at 1 p.m., a ceremony to mark Police and Peace Officers Memorial Day will be held at the Alberta Legislature. This will coincide with dozens of other events across the country, honoring those who have lost their lives while serving their communities. I will be attending this ceremony and encourage others to take time on the 29th to reflect on the sacrifice of keeping our communities safe. No peace or police officers start their shift believing today will be the day they will make the ultimate sacrifice. But when they put on the uniform, they are prepared to do so. Their dedication and commitment to public safety deserve our utmost respect. Thank you everyone for joining us. I do have the list of the names that I would like to actually call up on. Can you get that, Kristen, the other paper that I had? That had the list of the names.
This is for the police and
Yeah. Okay. So I would like to take a moment to thank the following individuals who are here with us today and many more who were not able to join us. Andy Payne, please stand if you are present in the chamber. Jay Milante, David Jones, Ashley Blanchard, Fred Macomb, Christopher Johnson, Vincent Oler. Their dedication and commitment to public safety deserve our utmost respect and gratitude. And I see some people whose names were not given to me. Please do stand, because we want to recognize all of you. Here we go. Thank you so much for your, yeah. We deeply appreciate the work you do, and thank you so much for joining us, and look forward to seeing you on the 29th, if you're there. Okay. Select items for debate. Okay, please sign. I will select 7.1 and 7.2. Councillor Tang. 7.1, 7.2. Just hold on. Okay. 173. Okay. Councillor Tang, 7.3.
I'll do 7.3.
Okay. 7.1, 7.2. Okay. Councillor Cardinal, you want to move the 7.4? That's the only one remaining.
I will move the balance of items on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
This is just the one.
Yeah. Please vote.
Counselor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And can you please read back into the record what we have already approved?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Today, September 18th, Executive Committee has approved the recommendation in item 7.4, Stormwater Management Facility Transfer to EPCOR.
Thank you. Request to speak. Actually, let me, because what I understand that the majority of the people on 7.1 are here to answer questions only. So actually, let me run through the list, see if that is the case to confirm it. Rob Appleyard from Brentwood Family Housing Society, you would answer questions only, right? Okay. And Ellen Mulashin, Veterans House, Canada Remote, answer questions only? Helen?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Marie Soroka, Jasper Place Wellness, questions only, Marie? Okay. Scott Gallant, Homeward Trust, Remote, questions only, Scott?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Douglas Soros, Housing for Women, in person, questions only, Doug? Thank you. David Mitten, 12621-665 Canada Association, Remote. David, questions only?
Correct.
Nancy Levy Mizare, Apadana Women's Housing in person, questions only? Okay. And Sarah Levy Minizare, joining remotely, questions only?
Correct, thank you.
And Christopher Bettdorf, joining remotely. Christopher, are you for questions only? You make a presentation.
I was going to speak and answer questions as well, Your Worship.
Okay, well, we'll make sure we'll come back to you when we get to this item. Then you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you so much. Great. So, Councillor, I'll move that we hear from or approve the list. Please vote.
We just have also
one
one
more.
speaker on
Yes,
7.2.
and 7.2, Remy Demian in person. Thank you. Okay, please vote.
Counselor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Requests for specific time on the agenda, none. Councillor inquiries. A report to be dealt with at a different time, meeting, sorry, none. A request to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. And public reports. We are going to go to our first item on the agenda, which is 7.1, Affordable Housing Investment Program, Fall 2024 grant award. I'll ask administration if they have a presentation or if they have any opening remarks before we go to the speaker.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flaman, and I'm the Deputy City Manager of Community Services. Joining me today is Nazreen Hussain, Acting Branch Manager for Social Development, as well as members from administration, including from our Affordable Housing and Homelessness team and Legal Services. We're here today with a report recommending that Executive Committee recommend to City Council the approval to transfer capital budget to operating budgets in support of these grants. The Affordable Housing Investment Program, or AHIP, provides grant funding to incentivize affordable housing development in Edmonton. Grants provide up to 25% of the capital costs of newly constructed or rehabilitated affordable housing projects. This sixth grant intake period ran from December 11, 2023 to April 19, 2024. I'll now pass it over to Nazreen.
Good morning. Administration is recommending granting $19.2 million in existing funding to support 7 affordable housing developments that would result in the construction of 275 new units. That is 407 bedrooms and 22 rehabilitated units, that is 22 bedrooms of affordable housing. All units included in this round would be offered to qualified tenants ranging from rent geared to income to 80% of average market rents. 3 of these 7 projects are providing 112 permanent supportive housing units, and all 3 are being led by nonprofit organizations. The $19.2 million in grant funding is not a new funding request, as it has already been approved for Affordable Housing Investment Program's 2024 grant intake, with $13.05 million located in the Social Development Branch operating budget, and the remaining $6.15 million in Capital Profile 1990-4100 Affordable Housing Land Acquisition and Site Development. In terms of the Affordable Housing Investment Program's performance to date, since 2020, the program has supported the creation of 1,744 new and rehabilitated affordable housing units. This round of funding had 24 pre-application meetings, which yielded 16 eligible applications. This is the highest number of applications ever received during an intake period and featured some emerging housing providers who had not previously applied. 7 of those 16 applications are being recommended for funding today. While the remaining 9 applications had merit, there hasn't been enough funding available to support them at this time. However, the city will continue to work with the applicants to advance their projects where appropriate. The city's funding contribution is $64,500 per door, and the average construction cost per unit for these developments is $321,900. The proposed developments represent unique partnerships with a diversity of non-market and market housing providers whose proposed designs thoughtfully respond to the needs of future residents. Notably, the successful applications recommended for funding today propose 112 permanent supportive housing units, which is more than the previous 5 rounds of AHIP that provided 110 units combined. This is promising given the acute need for supportive housing for Edmonton's most vulnerable citizens. All 7 projects are considered shovel-ready, with 1 currently under construction. The consistency and predictability of the Affordable Housing Investment Program allows housing providers to continue to prepare projects that help maintain momentum in the development of affordable housing supply in Edmonton. Finally, I would like to add that if we want to discuss Attachment 15, financial implications, or Attachment 16, project financial details, we would need to move into private. Thank you. We would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation and everyone's work on this very important outcome for Edmontonians. We'll go to speakers now. We'll go to Christopher Beddorf. Christopher, you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and after that, council members may have questions to you or to the rest of the panel that is registered to answer questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you, councillors, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Christopher Beddorf. I am an affordable housing professional in Edmonton, Alberta. I am also a volunteer board member with the Alberta Residential Landlord Association, and I'm also a volunteer board member with the Edmonton Social Planning Council. And I felt it was very important to speak today, as affordable housing is very near and dear to my heart. While looking at all of the attachments regarding the grant funding proposals, I am excited about the growth of affordable housing in Edmonton. I have actually worked with a number of the applicants today, and I'm very supportive. I also wrote a letter for the first phase one of the lesson holdings, or the Heritage Flats, Edgemont Flats proposal, due to the great work that Lesson Holdings and Dave Mitten has done with working with to end homelessness, along with Mr. Murray Soroka. I didn't want to oppose everything. Unfortunately, there wasn't the choice between opposing and supporting, other than those two. But I did want to bring up some questions. My first question is regarding the Macaulay Center development. In the attachments, it states that Macaulay, as a neighborhood, has a non-market housing inventory of 39.7%, which is already above the city's target of 16%. And the building of these 36 units will actually push it into 41.8%. My question is, as I know that Homer Trust has owned and maintained this land since about 2012, why is it now that they are pursuing to develop this site in such a heavily concentrated area of non-market affordable housing? And then I also want to kind of question, though, with the RGI status of this building and the Jasper Place Wellness Center proposal in Parkdale, what is both organizations' plans to actually bridge the gap between the rent received by the tenants who will be residing in these buildings and the operating costs to actually operate and maintain these units, to actually make them assets to their communities? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us, Christopher. We'll see if there are questions to you and the rest of the panel. Okay, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you very much for the speaker and for those of you who are present to answer questions. Perhaps to Scott from Homer Trust. I thought that was a good question about Macaulay. I kind of had similar wondering as well. If you can comment, that would be great.
Yeah, so I think that there's two questions that Christopher asked. One was, why would we choose to develop now? Is that correct, Christopher?
Yep.
So, yeah, and I think also, Macaulay has already quite a high concentration of affordable housing, and this approval moves it into that 41% mark. Thoughts there? And of course, why now?
Yeah, so for the why now, honestly, I can't answer fully as to why we haven't until I've been on staff here for about the last year and a half. It is something that we intend to do with our properties, is to develop them to maximize the amount of density that we can on the sites as much as possible, to provide as much housing as we can. This specific site, our initial programmatic sort of intention with that was to provide supportive housing or affordable housing. We have not finalized exactly what that's going to look like, whether that's going to be for families or specifically for women. That will be something that we will work more specifically towards as we are developing the property. Outside of that, I think part of the reason why we're doing it now is because we're with my position as the director of property development, that wasn't something that was available to the organization at the time of probably having the land for the last little while. And as you know, construction's expensive and development is expensive. So we're trying to do what we can to start that process now. And I don't know if we had the capacity to do that prior to my presence on the team.
Thank you. And Christopher, your other question, just in terms of like organizationally, what's the long-term plan? Is that right?
My question was kind of understand how Homer Trust will bridge the gap between the rent geared to income
Yeah.
that they collect from the tenants and the operational costs. As an operator of rent geared to income properties, the properties that I manage have significant deficit funding from the province. I'm kind of wondering how Homer Trust and Jasper Place is planning to actually not have a deficit or end up in debt where these properties and their capital maintenance projects or anything like that falter.
Yeah. Maybe I'll direct this one to Murray. I know we've touched on this previously. Murray, if you're able to comment on that, that will be helpful.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Christopher's absolutely right. It's a challenge for capital maintenance to do that when you're charging below market rents for people that can't afford normal rents. And so there's always a gap between keeping the roof going, the boiler running, everything operating when you're charging below market rent. So it is a challenge, and it's something that as an organization we've had to fundraise for before or go after grants. But you can't go to the tenant for it if we're going to actually have affordable housing for individuals. So that's the challenge, definitely, around rent geared to income. What we're running in our properties is transitional housing, and that is funded through the province currently. If that were to end and there wasn't funding for the rents through the province, we would have to charge rent, absolutely, but we would definitely be at 80% of market is how we'd like to do that. And keep the rents low that way, but still be able to offer good, property management to those individuals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Just back to Homer Trust. You know what? I think I might just come back for another round because I just have a question that might take a bit longer.
Okay,
Thank you.
no worries. Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask maybe any one of the speakers that are here in chambers today. I'm trying to get an understanding as to the cost per unit. It's something that I bring up often. I always find it quite shocking, and the numbers that I make out today is $474,000 per unit is the number I see in general terms. Can someone explain to me how, for a nonprofit, it's coming to $474,000 per unit?
I think you're looking at an aggregate figure there, correct?
Correct.
I know that for what we're building, we're nowhere near that number, so I can't speak to how they got to that. I think that question might be better directed at the people who aggregated that number for you.
I can provide a little bit of comment though as well. In addition,
sure.
Breaking it down like that is not necessarily. It's a hard one to find as a comparable because in a lot of these properties there is a significant amount of amenity space, support space, office space that's not factored into that number. It's not sort of like an apples to apples comparison, maybe similar to what a typical residential would be. Additionally to that, like this is most of these buildings aren't also designed with the same type of sort of standards that a typical residential property would be. They'd be much more closer to sort of a healthcare environment or something similar to that, where there's the resilience of the buildings and the materials used and the way that the buildings are actually designed is much different than typical residential. So there's lots of variables that would sort of skew it to that. We wouldn't be like the number that you're pulling. That's not going to be what our per unit cost would be. And it's also a part of, construction is extremely expensive these days. Inflation, there's lots of reasons that sort of tie into that outside of it being specific to supportive or affordable housing. So that's some of the input I can provide.
Right, thank you. And we've had that discussion before, and yet even with all of those considerations,
the number still seems excessive to me. And I would just like to do a deeper dive because I think we could be doing better. If this is nonprofits, or should we be looking at private? Can they build at a better price point? I'm not sure.
No, I mean, I can tell you I've come from private. That's what I've done for 15 plus years. What we're building is not out of line from what private would do. And in addition, I'd like to understand what you're comparing it to and what the baseline would be. I'm not sure that we're actually doing things much more expensive than anyone else can be building it in Alberta and Western Canada. Comer Trust is currently underway with getting reports from across Canada and Western Canada to try and prove out the sort of consistency that this has across the nation. So when we have those numbers, we will definitely be reporting them. But what we're finding is that we're not anywhere out of the norm.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We do work all across Western Canada in the affordable housing stream. Some of that is with BC Housing. And what we're finding currently in the marketplace, and I'd like to just bifurcate the budget and break it down into the construction costs just for the building. And what we're finding, I'll say in the context of Alberta and Saskatchewan, would be somewhere in the range of between $275 to about $325 a square foot just for the construction cost of the building. And then on top of that, depending on your pro forma, you would have to include your land costs and that sort of thing. But just for pure construction costs, that's what we're that's what we're seeing in the market. And in other parts of British Columbia, in the Lower Mainland, and in northern British Columbia, where we're doing a project there, where we're doing townhouses, the construction costs there are running anywhere between probably about $425 to $450 a square foot. So there is in terms of the Edmonton, Alberta market, that number is lower, but that's what we're seeing would be for townhouse product or for multifamily apartments, sort of in up to 4, 5, 6 stories high.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for providing that clarity. I think it's important for us to kind of get to some kind of understanding on the cost per unit and also why the costs are variable, because of what I heard from Scott, that the supportive housing units are built to a different standards because of the clientele that you serve, right? That's how I understood, right, Scott?
Yes, correct.
Right, because you, instead of using drywall, or wood, these are concrete walls in some cases, right?
Yeah, typically the buildings are needed to be concrete structure. Walls, sometimes yes, can be, but there's lots of impact-resistant drywall, which is more expensive. A lot of times there's plywood backing required behind that impact-resistant drywall. Mm-hmm. So these items, they build and they add costs overall.
Right, and if you were not building to those higher standards, then the operational cost will be much higher, or repairs cost will be much higher, right?
Yes, correct.
Got it. And the common area as well, right? Like maybe market rental complex wouldn't have as much common area as you would for a supportive housing, because you need to accommodate healthcare needs, other support needs that the people who live there would need.
Yes, correct. So, typically in our buildings, we have an entire floor dedicated to office space, flex room space. We put Indigenous ceremony spaces in each one of our buildings. Significant amount of amenities that wouldn't be considered, and that would get lumped into that per unit cost. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to create a comparable with typical residential, because the typical residential would not have anything near that amount of amenity included within it.
Okay. Okay, maybe coming back to Douglas. So the proper comparison you think might be, or more appropriate comparison might be the per square footage cost to non-market market.
Yeah, you really have to, I think to Scott's point, every project will have its differences. There could be things like kitchens, prep kitchens and things like that for feeding the residents. Some of those support spaces, those are a bit on the higher end of things.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, most things are done fairly conventionally. Again, Scott mentions that he's building possibly with concrete block and things like that. So that would certainly increase the costs. But it's going to be in that range. And again, you have to, I would say, take a look at land cost, some of the servicing costs of the land.
Yeah.
That can increase the numbers as well.
Yeah. And the construction is still done by private sector, right? Construction is same folks building supportive housing are the same folks who are building market housing, right?
For the most part, you pretty much have to build to, it's an economic standard, whether it would be done by the private sector or the not-for-profit sector. You're building to a building code standard, to a certain size of units. They all have to be fundamentally within a certain range in terms of floor area. If you're building sort of more family-oriented type of units, when you're a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom plus, those costs tend to be a bit higher because there's some inefficiencies there. But generally speaking, you have to be within a certain cost range.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
The world that we live in it's pretty much in that 275 to 325 square foot.
Okay. Thank you. Great. Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for being here today. Maybe I'll pick on you again, Mr. Solos. So here's the thing. Hi, over here. Yeah. So my daughter just bought a townhome for a little over 300 grand. As part of a complex, but it's an individual dwelling unit as part of a condominium complex, a townhome strata complex. So I think that for lack of any better information, that becomes a bit of the comparable. So I look at, for instance, the Macaulay Center, and without any better information, that's coming in at $348,000 per unit. But I look at the West Jasper Place or the Parkdale development, and that's coming in at about $166,000 per unit. I don't know the difference, right? Some might be, individual 1-bedroom units. Some might be a mix of 2 and 3. Some might have congregate space in the building. Some might have office space in the building. But there's no breakdown of costs, and there's no cross-comparator breakdown of costs. Like, it could be that the cost per residential unit in each one of these things is relatively the same. It could be that one is wood frame, the other is concrete. But there's no detail. So I guess my question is, are the individual agencies that are building these buildings reticent to share more detail, or would they prefer to stick with this single bottom line number that becomes difficult for us to compare and contrast and understand? Yep, sure. Yeah.
Sure, I know that was directed at Doug, but I'd like to step in on that.
Doesn't matter, yeah.
Yeah, and so to go back to your comparable to your daughter, we're building 2 and 3 bedroom suites for families, apartments, so a little bit different, but our numbers right now are beating what your daughter paid. And we're talking about an infill project in an existing neighborhood, which makes it more expensive to build. That has extra requirements on it too, because the city wanted us to dedicate some park space and put a special commuter lane through the middle of the property.
Okay, so my question is, that is not a new property in my family. That is a sale or a purchase of an existing home. And so all of the things that you're listing off may be true. My question wasn't that. My question was, would you be reticent to share all of the information that goes into that, all of the details? How much is it for that lane? How much is it for the office space? How much is it for just the residential space? How much is it for the congregate space? How much is it for the land, for the project management, for the, the other administrative costs, carrying costs? Would there be a problem with sharing all of that stuff so that it could be compared agency by agency and be compared to the, the private sector?
I would say that the information that the city requests will provide as part of grant funding. I think we've provided most of that already. It's been conglomerated into a summary level here for you, but I don't want to speak for the members from the city housing department here, but I think they could probably break a lot of that out, maybe not down to that level of detail, but if they asked for it, we'd provide it. But everything you ask creates overhead, which increase cost as well.
Well, okay. I mean, you're hiring private sector consultants that I would have to presume have all of these numbers at their fingertips. And so I don't know that it adds a great overhead burden to provide a bit more detail. But I mean, right now we've got, I think, 7 projects, 7 effectively one-pagers, and each one of those one-pagers contains a single number to summarize the cost of these investments. And they're all, noble investments with worthy causes. But it's really hard to compare to, it's really hard for me to go back out into my community league tonight and say, the bookends are between $166,000 and $428,000 per unit, and I don't know why. And I don't know why. In one instance, it's far less than market value than in our community, and far more on the other end. I have no detail to support that. But that's the decision I'm being asked to make today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. My questions are to Mr. Appleyard. I know you're in person. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. But I know this came to public hearing for this project in April, and there was questions that I had that were not appropriate necessarily to land use, but wanting to bring those up in the context of this conversation. And so I'm sure you won't be surprised by any of my line of questioning, but this is already where there is existing affordable housing development. So I just want to get sort of a sense of the timeline and how you're communicating with those residents in phase 1. Where are they going in the interim? And any details that you can provide for me around the existing tenants.
So the project has been planned out in 8 phases, and we've made the commitment to our tenants that nobody will lose their housing as part of the redevelopment work. For the first phase, there's 24 tenants who will be displaced. 22 of the 24 have already moved backwards into other phases of the project, so they've been rehoused on site. The remaining 2, there's plans in place to move them to existing units on site. So we're hoping by October 31 is the plan. We'll have emptied phase 1. Once we build the first building, every phase after that, tenants that are going to get displaced get the first opportunity to move into the new building. So once we move these last 2 tenants, there's very little risk of anyone getting displaced because you're building more units than you're taking down. So it provides the opportunity for tenants to move. We're also trying to be very mindful of things like the construction impacts on site. So, doing things to specifically keep from interrupting tenants' lives as much. The entire project has been designed around minimizing impacts to things like utilities and services and roads and access for the existing tenants. So there's a lot of consideration that's been put into ensuring that the current tenants' quality of life and opportunity to live at Brentwood stays in place.
Great, I appreciate that. I just want to dig into it a little bit more because the one in phase 1 that we're approving today or we're considering approving today for grant funding is in more of the apartment. So I think in the total build out of this direct control, there'll be, I believe, 8 apartments. Is that correct? And then there'll be also townhouses?
Yeah, so there's actually, there's 8 phases that will construct 15 different buildings.
Yeah.
Most of those buildings are apartment buildings. It's off the top of my head, 8 large apartment buildings, but there'll be
Yeah.
a row of stacked townhouses down 115th Ave.
So I guess my question, because right now, I just want to make sure we're comparing units to units. So when we're just the people that are displaced, and it's great that they have been moved 22 out of 24, and you've got the plan for the other 2. But are the units in the area in phase 1, are they all 3-bedroom?
They're a mix of 2s and 3s, and the building we're building is a mix of 2s and 3s.
So they'll be able to have the same size of unit as a first right?
Yes, it'll be the same.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's it. And then I just wanted to confirm, I know I looked at the pro forma and we've talked a bit about numbers. The numbers are higher, like when I compare, for example, the grants are almost the same between Athlone and Woodcroft, but one is for permanent supportive housing for 40 units, one is for 28 affordable units. But you're also building a parkade, right? Like, can you confirm, would this building have a parkade, an underground parkade?
In this building and this phase, there's an underground parkade to keep the cars off of to create as much green space as we can, because there's also a park that's part of it.
That's part of it. Okay. And just let you know, I'm still working. I have that meeting with Waste, so we'll be following up with you on that piece. And I don't have any questions to Veterans Canada, but I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate all of our speakers being here today and the phenomenal work you're doing in our community. It's great to see these projects moving forward. I just wanted to start with some of the questions that have come up around value for money. I think, it's really, really important that we are getting the most out of these dollars that we're investing. But, to having been an AHIP applicant myself, I know how rigorous that process is. Maybe just to Mr. Appleyard or Speaker Appleyard, in taking part in the AHIP program, you're really not hiding information. So just going through the application form that's online, you have to do the number of units broken down by number of bedrooms and bathrooms, the amenities, gross floor area for the affordable units versus the entire building. There's also Schedule D, the capital cost budget, which I think has 27 individual line items where you're breaking down those capital costs. Is that all true? You've shared all that information with administration?
Yeah, we've submitted that information to administration through the AHIP grant program. And that's kind of the point I was trying to make to Councillor Cartmell earlier, is that we're willing to provide what you need to consume. I believe the bulk of it has already been provided. We provide it sliced 3 or 4 different ways by the time you apply for 3 or 4 different grants too. So it's a tax. That's what I mean by there's a taxing overhead to it, right? You're not just producing it once, but you're producing it 4 different ways for each governmental body.
Yeah, that was certainly my experience. It's an incredible administrative burden. And, it's not that it's not important, but there's certainly not a lack of effort or, considerable cooperation in getting all those details. So, something for us to follow up with administration in terms of maybe, if there's details from the application that council is wanting administration to pull, could certainly follow that up. But on your part, on the part of the affordable housing providers, you are providing ample, transparent, highly detailed information for our applications. Yes?
I would agree with that.
Okay, great. Just maybe wanted to go, these points were sort of touched on, but I think they're important to emphasize. Units really vary in their size and also in the service they're providing. I think the comment that some are sort of more at a medical facility level is an important one. Maybe just to Speaker Gallant to, do we ever look at sort of a cost per bedroom door, for example, recognizing that a four-bedroom home is going to have a very different cost than a studio space, for example?
Yes, absolutely. We are in the process, like I said, of getting specific information nationally to be able to have some comparables for all the different types of units that are being built. But yes, you're correct. There's, it's very different from a studio type space, which would be, more typical for a supportive housing space than like obviously like a 3 or 4 bedroom unit.
Yeah, and then recognizing that a rent geared to income, a permanent supportive housing studio might have higher costs than a 1 bedroom, below 20% below market in terms of sort of the robustness that needs to be built in. But appreciate those reflections. Maybe just in my last minute, I want to flip to Christopher. Really appreciate you being here and sharing your perspectives. I'll certainly take some of your questions forward to administration, but just maybe want to get your sense of what the impact specifically of permanent supportive and affordable housing in Macaulay has been, contrasted to, for lack of a better word, bad landlords, poorly managed properties that aren't necessarily non-market housing.
So in regards to the Macaulay area, I think the community is apprehensive about a permanent supportive housing unit being in the neighborhood, just due to the amount of non-market affordable housing, whether it's supportive seniors housing, just because when you do have those non-markets, so people are not able to apply for a vacant unit when it's available. People either sit on wait lists or they are for many years, and then they are basically, their only option is one building in a certain neighborhood that they don't have any connection to. Then you suddenly have people who are being forced into areas that they have no connection to. Whereas if you had a market affordable housing unit, such as Savita's near market portfolio, where they advertise units that are below market, and at vacant, and people who apply can choose the neighborhood that they wish to live in, then you actually have people moving into an area such as Macaulay where they want to be a part of the community. They want to, or they're already residing there and they want to stay in Macaulay, but life circumstances have meant that, their current living situation is no longer affordable for them, but they still want to stay.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. I appreciate it. I'm out of time, but we'll maybe come around on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. And thank you very much for coming up to speak with us today. I just want to follow up on the thread that Councillor Cartmel was on. What I heard from you, but I was hoping you could expand on, was that for each project, there's going to be a lot of similarities, but also a lot of variables that can impact the cost of a build. And I don't know if you want to expand on that, but it'd be interesting because as far as I understand it through previous conversations, sometimes a build is just a build. It's straightforward and it might be greenfield. Sometimes it's infill. Sometimes there are drainage requirements. And so all of these things contribute to different costs that even if you have the exact same build in one area of town or in one city, it can be very different in cost to build it in another area of town or another city.
That's probably to who you're directing your question to. And I know Scott was answering some of those questions.
Yeah,
so maybe
we'll stick with the same narrative thread there.
Yeah, you're correct, Aaron. I mean, well, first of all, I just want to comment on Councillor Cartmel's comments. Like, from Homer Trust perspective, we're happy to be as transparent as possible with all the information we have, as we've done through the AHIP grant approval process. But happy to do that in any capacity. And you're correct, Councillor Paquette. There's each site is very different, whether it's large, whether it's small. Lots of different variables that are included in it. Lots of them can be wood frame versus concrete. We are finding that for us, we have to part of the agreements are their 40-year agreements that we're signing up with, and that also means that they have to be sustainable for 40 years, which means they have to be resilient for 40 years. Another thing to consider is that a lot of these have pretty sort of stringent sustainability requirements that we'd like to follow and like to meet. That also increases costs. It's sort of a put out a little bit of money now and save it in the long run in operational costs, because you're creating a more efficient building. So yeah, I've been in construction for over 20 years, and I don't think I've worked on one project that's been the same as the one previous to it. So every single project has its new nuances and challenges, and so that does affect costs. So it's hard to have an apples to apples comparison just across the board. It's a tough way to look at it.
Yeah. So, and that's what I'm thinking, like, because I was imagining, like, hey, that might be a good idea. Have sort of a chart that shows, here's the average cost of each type of build and why they fall into different areas. But through your response, maybe that would be helpful. Maybe it wouldn't actually give an accurate picture. I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
I think if you can get enough information, it would be helpful. And you probably get, an average across the board. A lot of projects, some of them are renovations, some of them are, hotel conversions, some of them are brand new builds. There's the variables are endless. That being said, we're trying to find a consistent theme within new builds. Again, what Homer Trust builds and the standards that we build our buildings to may not also be the same as what somebody I don't know, in rural Alberta might be building to, or urban areas in Vancouver. There might be all very different standards, right? So the architectural and specifications that you're putting into these buildings also creates a very, very large sort of difference, right? So it is hard to compare apples to apples broadly. I think if you can get if you get enough information, you can create sort of a range that might make sense. But outside of that, I don't know. It's just a hard thing to compare.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe your range would be helpful. I'm not sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
I think it's probably all along the same line, but just asking a different way. Obviously, lots of interest in this kind of sort of cost per project, per unit comparison. But I was curious, Murray, a few weeks ago, you were in this chamber when we were talking about the land sale to the Parkdale project. And at the time, you actually talked about the model you had of the scalable model. Is that what you call it? Because you're doing 12 of these, right? And that was one of the reasons for keeping the cost per unit down.
That's correct. This is a scalable model. To remind everyone, it's a house. So it's not an apartment building. And I think that has a lot to do with the cost difference. So again, we're building just 12 units on a single family lot in Edmonton that can be scalable. Even today I'm at a golf tournament for Qualico Homes. I'm manning a table, and they're raising funds for this very project we're talking about today to build these houses. And they're also talking about how can we build more and how can we build them quicker. So definitely the house concept is very scalable and very what we call a portfolio approach, where we can build one after another.
That's interesting. I had always thought a kind of the apartment style, because of the economy of scale, that there is a cost saving there, but you're actually saying sort of the house, going back to the individual housing units, is more scalable.
Again, because it's a house, I think it makes it very simple to build a house. It's a 3-story house. It has 12 apartments. They all are bachelor suites, but then 1/3 of the building is common area. Yeah. So that gives a lot of room for people to live their lives in a community setting. So yeah, I think back to being scalable, being just a house makes a big difference.
Yeah. And I think I would, are you, because I know you're kind of still early on in this journey of these kind of 12 developments, are you kind of sharing those learnings within the affordable housing provider community, lessons around, these kinds of scalable models and?
Yes, absolutely. We're working with other not-for-profits. Since our last time at City Hall or at City Council, we've been approached by several other not-for-profits that can see building a house being much more approachable as from a cost perspective. As you can see in our report, a $2 million or $2.2 million a building, very quick, not a lot of money to build, and not a lot of zoning and a lot of other hurdles that are in the way of bigger development. So we're definitely sharing with Indigenous groups that want to build on reserve, because I see these as a way to do it quickly and economically, and get good results because of the design of the house. We're calling it the healing house, because we're actually getting very good outcomes from people living in them.
Yeah, and of course, this is transitional housing, which is different than permanent supportive, which is different than below market. Yeah, and I guess just directing my question now to Scott, because I did notice that Homeward Trust is the only one among this current cohort that has two locations of similar number of units, and I guess I'm curious what lessons around scalable model, like the one we just talked about, that you have already considered, because they're both permanent supportive housing, both I imagine with some of the common room space, healthcare service that you were just talking about, and despite that, have you, I imagine your team is talking about scalability. Can you just comment on that?
Yeah, are you referring to scalability within those specific land parcels, or just as an organization?
I'm talking about those land parcels. I mean, we just heard from Jasper Place that they're taking a scalable approach to, and that is one of the reasons, that model is one of the reasons why they're able to kind of keep their cost per unit lower, whereas your cost per unit is double that, yet it's also 36 units permanent supportive housing in 2 separate neighborhoods. And I'm seeing, are there economy of scale? Is there a scalable model here that one can find cost efficiency through?
I can comment on some of the scalability. I mean, the two developments are significantly different. We're basically building similar to like a mixed use infill within a neighborhood. So the one of our properties is right basically in the Grandin neighborhood. It's quite a small land parcel. So it actually had one house on it before, and now we're turning it into 32 or 36 units. I forget which one, but I mean, that's as scalable as we can probably make it, from one house to 36. That being said, we're pulling on a lot of the lessons learned that we have from being involved in a lot of the supportive housing buildings that the city is building. We're working in partnership with them from the design phase all the way into construction. So we're taking a lot of learning from that and moving that to each property. So that would be part of our scalability is what we're taking from one project to the next, and we're doing that within each neighborhood differently, based on each neighborhood. So I don't know if that provides a bit more clarity or not, but
a bit. I didn't catch that this is a mixed use. I thought this is 36 permanent supportive housing on both sites.
Yeah, I was saying it's more typical than it's more like a mixed use residential project, not like a house conversion.
Yeah. Okay. I see. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Constantine. Councillor Rice.
Thank you so much, and for all these speakers. So I have a similar question as other councillors asked, but I'm not going to repeat it. But I do have one more question I didn't hear anybody ask. I noticed for the attachment, and we have so many attachments here, many affordable housing providers are the lumber company, and then there is without a specific name. And then I heard the challenge, the question about the cost for per unit. My question is there any specific way or we have the criteria really clear defined how we pick up the service provider and for this agreement? The builder for this agreement, and how those builders are picked up, are selected?
Who is your question to, Councillor Rice?
Any speakers and could add the comments to my question? So I'm sorry, so I didn't have this speaker's name in front of me.
Is the question how
Yes.
we would select the
How did-
builders?
yeah. How did we select builders and to get into this agreement to receive the grant?
Well, initially, from our properties, I had engaged a general contractor to provide preliminary budgeting. When we get to construction phase, we would be releasing a typical sort of construction RFP and have probably 5 different general contractors be bidding on it to get as much competitive pricing as we possibly can for the projects. For the grant application, we don't have the resources or time in order to be able to do that, or the level of drawings that you and blueprints that you need in order to get pricing. So when we get to that phase, we will be doing a competitive bid process.
I understand is there is a procurement process there, like you mentioned, RFP or other type of selection criteria. My question is more about how those selection process and the needing to really high cost per unit. And even though I heard some reason there why the cost is high for per unit, I still see the gap and between the high cost per unit and how we select the builders here. And because look at the builders and some builders on the list are just only number company. So I'm not sure. I know we can have the private conversation on this. And so I just feel there is a gap in the information. I didn't know really well and how we can get into that end to really have the high cost and per unit.
So are you asking and want to understand what builds up that higher cost then? Is that what your question is?
No, not from like design perspective, not from like build standards perspective. We already had that answer earlier.
I'm not entirely clear as to what you're asking then, specific to the high cost if it's not the construction. Are you wondering about the operator and who's going to operate that and how's that selected? Or
no, the builder.
So with us, we would be self-performing the project management of the project alongside general contractors, and working with a team that understands supportive housing from the design perspective. But I'm not fully understanding the question, I guess.
So is it open to the public or is it selected application? And
we will be releasing it to public, yes.
And so
for public procurement.
Okay, make it out.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I know, well, just to probably to Rob Appleyard, I know we're talking a lot about dollars and cents, right? But there's a need out in the community to house people, right?
Definitely a need to house people.
Right, and you try to stretch dollars as much as you can to build more homes for people who need them.
Certainly, and I think that there's an assumption here that the price tag is high, and to be transparent to Councillor Cartmell's question, I did the math while I was sitting here, and I'm $289 a square foot right now, which I think is very competitive in the marketplace. Doug would probably confirm with that.
Right.
And so on completion, and we wouldn't do this, but I think that on completion, we'd be able to turn around and sell the units in the marketplace if we wanted to. We went to 3 different, not that we want to, I'm saying we don't want to, I'm just saying they're competitively built, and we went to 3 different private construction companies who gave us costs, and we've selected it down to 1, and then there'll be an open tender on the back end.
That's right.
So I think if a private builder owned this land and was going to do the same building, he'd come out to roughly the same price.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure where the theory's coming that every unit is more expensive than it would otherwise be.
And but one way that governments can help you reduce the cost is to actually do better coordination among governments to on the reporting. Wouldn't it be nice to have one template that you just follow in order to report to 3 orders of government that you rely on for funding to build more affordable homes?
You're talking about my dream here.
I raised that with Minister Nixon and Minister Fraser when I met with them. I proposed 2 ideas. One is a template that all housing providers can follow to report, right? And also if all governments could actually coordinate their funding instead of you waiting months and months for one government to show up, then the other government shows up, then the third government shows up. Like if there's a way to coordinate 3 orders of the government, say, okay, you need money, all of us are going to come together to give you money at the same time, right? Wouldn't that help you reduce cost but also get homes built faster?
That would definitely address both cost and speed. Because
Yeah,
every time we update our plans with something, to reduce cost, we have to tell 3 different levels of government and get approvals through 3 different levels of government on that information on the grant. Each one wants the numbers calculated slightly differently on the pro formas, so you're figuring it out 3 or 4 different ways. To consolidate that application process would be huge.
Yeah, we are working with government of Alberta and the federal government on my office has been engaging with them. We'd love to sit down with you sometimes to actually get more ideas and how we can leverage your expertise to move that, because that'll be a huge benefit to building more and reducing the red tape that we are so focused on the reducing, because that's a huge amount of red tape for you to reporting to 3 orders of government in a different format instead of one format.
Yes.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's the case with many of the other housing providers. I know some folks are nodding their head, and yeah, I know. Doug, you wanted to say something.
I've been running through the numbers as well, just to bracket current things that we're working on. And with the Apadana project that we're the architects for, and Nancy is the owner of, just going back, I think, to Councillor Cartmel, and just when you're presented with a series of numbers, we've been working on this project for over 3 years with CMHC and with the City of Edmonton and the Affordable Housing Group. And the accountability, they're very much, it's very much a prescriptive process where the size of units are pretty much defined because they're market driven. There are benchmark standards that we have to work and design within. Those numbers are always driven by costs, and also form part of the granting process. So there's been a lot of fiduciary responsibility on the part of our client and ourselves to come up with a design that fits within a budget, and it's been a negotiation back and forth, to the point that when our presentation of our budget, our costing, and working with the project manager, we've got that into I would say a very defined place. It has to be highly refined. CMHC, the city, you see lots of applications, so you would know and understand whether or not we were, quote, padding the bill or not, and we certainly haven't done that. Affordable housing is hard come by dollars.
Yes, of course.
So when they're granted,
I'm out of time.
Not-for-profit, it's very much that sort of thing.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. So I apologize if I've left you with the impression that I think you're padding the bill or overspending. I think that respectfully, you don't know what I have. And so I'm sorry, I've lost track of who's who, but a number was put forward around $240 or $280 a square foot. I completely agree that's a very reasonable number, particularly in today's market. I don't have that number. I can't calculate that number for myself. I have one number, capital cost. I don't have the journey that Mr. Saul has just described. I don't have a sense of the due diligence. I don't have the past lived experience of Councillor Stevenson that worked in this industry before. I've built a lot of buildings, and when I look at a per number, all I have is a number of numbers and a number of dollars. And I completely agree with Mayor Sohi when we say that housing is a crisis and we want to build as many homes as possible. So that's what I want to demonstrate to those I represent. So I'm sorry if I've upset you or hurt your feelings. My question was, do you have any concerns with sharing all of that information? Or would you rather we only get capital cost, number of units, address?
I think, and I wasn't offended at all. I understand you've got a job to do and that you're diving into the information that you need. I love to see that. I think the point I'm trying to make back is that that's all been provided. It just wasn't reported to you.
Yeah, okay. So thank you for that answer. That was the answer I was looking for, right? If it's all there and you've done it already, great. Then we have a different question to ask. So I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I agree. Affordable housing is a crisis right now. And that's why I'm asking these questions, because I'm hoping we can do better. It's not because I don't think it's important, just to let you know. The work you do is very important, and we need that partnership. And I'll tell you the numbers that I see, and it's, a public document that I read here on attachment number 9. It says affordable units. This is for Brentwood. It says affordable units 28, affordable construction cost 10.248 million, which is 366,000 per unit. You gave a very different number, I believe.
I'm at about $315 a unit, so I'd have to dig in on those numbers.
Okay, and these are questions that we'll be asking administration as well. But we just wanted to, get your input and your take on this. I think those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions to members of the public, recipients as well as the members of the public. With this, we will go to administration for questions. Yeah, okay. I selected, but I could go last. So, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you for this report. Very comprehensive and robust, and especially on just the sheer number of applications. And just to clarify, so all the pro formas, all the business cases, your team has gone through all that due diligence, correct?
Yeah, and my apologies. In my opening remarks, I should have been much more thorough in describing the rigor that our grant application process goes through. So that's my error, and I apologize for that. But I'll turn it over to the team that can to describe the kind of review that is done.
Please.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor Tang. Our affordable housing grant program was established in 2019 with very, very strict guidelines that was guided by our policy C601 in providing affordable housing. We go through very comprehensive review process, application intake process, and approval process, which includes many criteria that we look at. We look at accessibility requirements, we look at energy efficiency requirements. Obviously, affordability is one, the biggest item on that criteria. And we also look at costs. We also look at locations. In terms of the cost performance, we have review all of those information. All the applicants has required to provide pro formas for each project,
Yep.
which includes quantity survey report that was done by a third party, not the applicants themselves. So we would review them, and we have subject matter experts to review each document individually, and we have at the end of the evaluation, we'll score them according to the scoring matrix that we establish as part of our guidelines.
So the intake process was from December to April, is that right?
That's right.
And then from April until now is the deliberation. And then everything you just described goes through that process. There's a lot of back and forth with applicants. And in the end, you were only able to recommend like half of what was submitted.
That's correct. And we were oversubscribed.
Yes, exactly.
So we selected the best of the bunch.
Yeah. And then so the remaining that's not, is there opportunity there, I don't know, through Housing Accelerator or?
Not through that fund, no.
No,
But
okay.
our team continues to work with those applicants. It's not like we drop it off and say, too bad, next time. We continue to leverage all of our relationships with all orders of government, trying to find other funding sources for them.
Yeah. And then, Rhino, just what you said about kind of, city has these policies around affordable housing, accessibility, sustainability. Are you finding over the years that these policies are also adding to the cost? We've had a similar conversation about on the capital front, but since you mentioned it, I'm just kind of curious.
For sure, yeah. There's the energy efficiency component is a mandatory requirement of our grant guide, which requires projects to meet or exceed the national NECP standards by 20%.
Yeah.
And over and above that, accessibility requirements is an option as well for projects. We score them if they offer accessible units on the building. They get additional scoring, part of their evaluations, and that adds cost as well.
Yeah.
Specifically for permanent supportive housing, where all of the units must be accessible.
Right, and it's not, cost aside, but it also responds to 13 priority groups that you've identified through the affordable housing needs assessment to say who actually need the housing that we're right? So it's also policy aligned.
That's correct.
Yeah. I think all those are, critical factors, but there's kind of a reason for what we have, the things that we have in front of us. And then I guess I'm curious, so the 275 new units, where does that put us in our 2,700 housing unit goal? Do you have that tallied up?
Yes, we're about to exceed that number by over 100 units. We're about 2,800 if this report is approved today.
By the end of 2026, that's what we'll be getting?
No, with the approval of the report today, we will exceed that number, total of 2,800 units now.
But within the 2023-2026 period?
That's correct.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I think that's really important, although we know the need out there is much greater than that. And then sorry, okay. And then just, I'm out of time, sorry, I'll just come back.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Before I go to other folks, colleagues, I will move the recommendation that attachment 15 and 16 of the September 18th, 2024 Community Services Report CS 02527 remain private pursuant to section 16 disclosure harmful to business interests of third party, and 27 privileged information for the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Number 2, that executive committee recommended to City Council that 6.150 million be transferred from capital profile. Do you have to read all that into the record? Okay, all right. 1990 4100 affordable housing land acquisition and site development to the 2024 social development branch operating budget to fund the projects outlined attachment 4 and 6. B, that a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and 1654889 Alberta Limited for an amount not to exceed 3.1 million as outlined by attachment 4 of the September 18, 2024 Community Services Report CS02527 be approved, that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to City Manager. That a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and 1654889 Alberta Limited for an amount not to exceed 3.050 million as outlined in attachment 6 of the September 8th, 2024 Community Services Report CS02527 be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager. Number D, that the grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and 1262165 Canada Limited Association for an amount not to exceed 5.2 million as outlined attachment 2 of the September 18, 2024 Community Services Report CSO 2527 be approved, that the agreement in form and content acceptable to the City Manager. E, that the grant funding was long. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll keep on going. That a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and Apadana Women's Housing Limited, an amount not to exceed 2.1 million as outlined attachment 8 of the September 18, 2024 Community Services Report be approved, that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager. F, that a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and Brentwood Family Housing Society for an amount not to exceed 2.3 million as outlined attachment 10 of the September 18, 2024 Community Services Report be approved, and the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager. Going forward, G, that a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and Jasper Wellness Center be in the amount of not to exceed $900,000 at attachment 12 of the September 18, 2024 Community Services Report be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager. H, that a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and Veterans Housing Canada for an amount not to exceed 2.510 million as outlined attachment 14 of September 18, 2024 Community Services Report be approved, that the agreement in form and content acceptable to City Manager. I, that attachment 15 and 16 of the September 18, 2024 Community Services Report remain private pursuant to Section 16 Disclosure Harmful to Business, Interest of Third Party, and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Took me 5 minutes to read that into the record. Okay, I need my 5 minutes back to ask questions to administration. Just kidding. Okay, I'll follow up with questions on the... So, we set a target of 2,800 new affordable housing units. 27 for 2022-2026 budget cycle, right?
2023 to 2026.
2023 to 2026, 4-year. Yeah, okay. And so we exceeded that by 100 additional units?
That's what we're targeting right now, yes.
Okay. As if all the recommendations are approved.
That's correct.
Right. Recognizing the number of people a number of organizations who applied for this grant funding, we were not able to meet all those needs because of the limited amount of funding that we have. Does that first of all, speaks to the need, right? Does it also speak, sorry, go ahead, answer that question first.
It does, and it speaks to the growing capacity in Edmonton to try to meet that need.
That was my second question. Are we helping build the capacity of the sector to take on these opportunities, to build more homes?
I'd say that's a fair conclusion.
Right, and we are doing that through our city resources, right? Above and beyond the grant funding that is available.
That's correct. Our team are seen as subject matter experts, not only in Edmonton, but in the province and across the country.
Yeah. So because of that, are we seeing more applications being successful in accessing funding beyond the city's funding stream? Like with CMC, or federal government, provincial government, are we seeing that the benefit of their building capacity?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. With our constant conversation with the province and CMHC, with our projects that we are putting on the table, there's that ability to leverage our funding to get more funding from other level of governments.
Because that's what we heard from, I think Minister Nixon acknowledged some of the work that is being done in the city to tap into provincial affordable housing, the zoning regulations, and the red tape reduction. I think federal government also recognize our community's efforts, not just the city, but as a community efforts in accessing the HALF funding, right?
That's correct.
Good. Okay, I think that is such a. I think that's something to be celebrated. Absolutely, something to be celebrated. Recognizing the need as well. So when I just come back to some of the questions, like the policy that you follow in order to evaluate the applications was approved by council in 2019, right?
That's correct.
Right. And you make sure that the intent and the spirit of that policy is followed when you do that evaluation of different projects.
That's correct. And we also follow the process improvement approach, where if the previous round we've learned some lessons learned, we were able to implement some of those lessons learned in the next round. So it's a process where we try to improve as much as we can to help affordable housing providers to, qualify or even provide more affordable housing and be more flexible to be able to access funding from other level of government as well.
Yeah. Are there opportunities, as I raised this question with Rob, for us to work, like we're working at a political level to streamline some of the reporting process, as well as if funding could come together at the same time, because that'll be a huge benefit. Are there opportunities at an administrative level to have some conversation with, or maybe you're already having some conversation with the provincial government and CMHC about streamlining some of these processes?
During, before, after every grant application, we provide our comments, both written and in meetings, and everyone is very open to our ideas for continuous improvement, because I think we've proven ourselves to be leaders in this space across the nation. Everyone is very open to understanding how we can be better collectively.
So proven and trusted, right? Good. Thank you so much for that. With that, I'll go to questions to the rest of colleagues. Councillor Cartmel, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So it's my understanding, just from the conversation today, that there's a long-form application that is provided that includes a lot of the data that I was looking for, building areas, breakdown in costs, those kinds of things. Would that be easy enough to add to the reports between now and the council meeting next week?
For sure, we can provide that information.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate seeing that. You said something about that the buildings have to meet a energy standard that is 20% greater than the current standard. Can you elaborate on that? What is that? What is 20% of what? What does that mean?
It's 20% of the 2017 NECV, the national standard for the energy consumption and energy emissions.
Does that add a cost to the building?
It does.
Do we know how much?
I don't know it offhand right now, but we've had anecdotal, conversation with our applicants that it does add to the overall cost.
So that's a standard that's over and above the Alberta Building Code, or the Canadian Building Code Alberta edition, more correctly, yes?
Yes.
Has, in our conversations with the province and the federal government in terms of additional grant support, have they raised that as a problem?
Not at this point, no.
Okay. Maybe I'll take these offline and I won't waste everybody's time. There's inconsistencies in the reports. Building visuals that don't look like they fit on the lots. site plans that don't correspond one to the next. Maybe I can share those with you offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Just a few last questions from for administration. Just want to follow up on the question about the non-market affordable housing target and how that applies in the Macaulay neighborhood. So again, just want to clarify that that's the 16% is a target. It's not intended as any sort of maximum cap. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what's the breakdown of those units? I know, we often sort of lump a lot of non-market housing together, but it's often, really comparing apples to oranges in terms of who those developments might be serving or the services they might be providing. Do we have a bit of a further breakdown in terms of how the non-market housing units in Macaulay break out?
We do. We have data to show what type of housing is in each neighborhood, and we'll be happy to share that with you.
Great. And I'm assuming that sort of the vast majority of the current non-market housing, I don't think is permanent supportive housing. Is that correct?
That's correct. For Macaulay, only about 18 units of permanent supportive housing is in Macaulay with this additional proposal.
18?
That's correct.
Would Ambrose Place not be included in that?
Councillor Stevenson,
you mean percentage. Sorry, you mean percentage, not number of units. Apologies.
Our numbers show should be 82 units of supportive housing in Macaulay.
Okay, great. So that's not, and sorry, and then the total number of units rather than percentage of non-market housing?
Sorry, Councillor, I was trying to look at some data to get an answer to your question. Could you repeat your question?
Oh, no, that's all right. So we have sort of the proportion of non-market housing. What's the total number of units of non-market housing?
The total number of units in Macaulay is 693.
693. And then of that, only 82 are currently permanent supportive housing.
That's correct.
Okay, so again, sort of serving very different demographics. I'm assuming that some of the 693 is seniors housing?
That's right. There's over 300 units of seniors housing and
Okay.
over 200 units of near market housing.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really helpful because I do take the point around, we want our communities to be diverse. We want to have a range of housing options, and if there's an overrepresentation of one type of housing, that can maybe not serve a community well. But it sounds like, within that really broad bucket of non-market housing, there's quite a bit of differentiation and different types of units being provided there. Excellent. I appreciate that. I should have asked this of the applicant. I apologize. But, just wanting to get a sense too, in terms of what additional conversations may be had with the Macaulay Community League and neighbors. I assume there will be some information shared as this project continues to progress.
That's correct.
Yeah, we would have significant community involvement. Absolutely.
Scott's there. Sorry, Scott, you're technically not allowed to answer right now, but
Sorry.
Scott, sorry, because we are asking questions to administration now, and you're not a part of the delegation, so question can only be answered by administration at that time. This time, sorry.
I asked in a confusing way though, so no trouble, but that certainly provides the insights I was hoping for. Also, just back to the concern that permanent supportive housing is maybe bringing people from outside a neighborhood that don't have a connection. Would it be fair to assume that this permanent supportive housing would also be meeting a local need that we tend to unfortunately see quite visibly in Macaulay?
That's a fair assumption, but I think ultimately it depends on the operating model of the operator in terms of how they select residents.
But certainly we do see that need in the neighborhood, so it could at least, there's at least a potential that it's responding to that local need.
I would say that's fair.
Right. Okay, thank you. I'm out of time. Really appreciate the work.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Thank you for all the reports. So the first question is about financial question. And right now we have portion of those $19 million from existing capital profile. So we're transfer funding from there. So my question is, what's the total amount and in that profile for the capital so far?
Do we have anyone from our finance team on the line right now?
Sorry, Jen, I'm here, but was just chatting. Councillor Rice, can you repeat the question?
The question is because we have the portion of this $19 million will be transferred from existing capital profile from capital budget and to the operating budget. What is the total amount right now in that capital file budget, capital budget?
Just give me a minute and I will double check. I just don't want to quote a number without looking it up.
So I just want, because our targets and between 2023 to 2026 budget and is 2,700 unions. So I just want to make sure the financially availability to support that in order to transfer certain funding from capital budget and to operating budget. So that is why I asked that question. So number two question. So for phase 2 construction project for Heritage Valley Town Center, reports shows 104 unions will be affordable housing. Among these 104 unions, can you tell me like how many unions are supportive housing? How many unions and among this?
None of the units in Heritage Flats is supportive housing. The units that being offered in that building would be range from 60% subsidy to 70% subsidy.
Okay, so it's all affordable housing.
101, yeah.
Yes, 104. So this is phase 2, and then plus phase 1, how many supportive, not supportive, affordable housing units in phase 1?
About 102.
102, so right now it's over 200, about 206 units for affordable housing. Is there any phase 3 planned and for this Heritage Valley Town Center? Oh, this phase 2 is the last phase.
For the property itself, there's only 2 phases.
Only 2 phases. So it's the same housing provider, it's the same housing builder, right?
That's correct.
It's the same one. Okay, so that's the question. So I'm waiting for the first question's answer if I have that information right now.
I just need another minute, Councillor Rice.
Okay, so Ms. Mayor, and this is all my questions. I can drop my name right now, waiting for the answer, and then the other councillors go ask their question to save time.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to get an understanding. In 2019 is when the policy was created. Prior to that, the city's contribution to affordable housing was typically land, correct? And now it's land and grants.
Historically, the City of Edmonton has been involved in affordable housing dating back to 1950s, the creation of GF Seniors Housing. We've contributed land and grant throughout that time. Only in 2018 where there's a policy and a national, I guess, a housing strategy that was created as a response to the housing crisis at that time.
Okay. All right. When's the last time that policy was looked at or refreshed?
We're actually in the process of reviewing the policy, and there's going to be a report for council's decision in spring.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. And do we know, Mr. Zabo, you might have some information for me on this assessment value, comparable condos for sale right now. Is it, like, what would you expect to pay for a condo, an average condo, taking out the outliers like a $2 million penthouse?
I probably would throw that question to real estate then to us at this point in time.
Okay. And real estate may not be there, but maybe I can get that, assuming this will go to council, maybe I can get that information prior to
And
that.
so just for clarity, you're looking for what is the average price for apartment, townhome,
Right.
house?
Yeah, yeah.
We can look at providing that information.
That would be great. Thank you.
Councillor, if I could add to that, I think that what might be helpful as well between now and the council meeting is if we provide the benchmark numbers that we use when we're evaluating proponents' applications.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. And then I am concerned with the percentage of affordable housing in communities. It's something that I talk about a lot, and I know that it's not a maximum cap, but if we're truly trying to get to that target, I don't see it here in this report. 2 of those communities are well above the target. And I think we need to make more of an effort of actually following through with the 16% target. And as opposed to saying, well, this is a really good deal and let's put it here because it looks like a good opportunity. But we're really not following through with that policy, I feel, by having 2 communities in this report alone being well above the 16% average, where other communities are at 0%. I think we need to look at more ways. Are you doing that? Are you looking at other ways to increase in other neighborhoods?
Councillor, and thank you for the question. I think as a part of our review of policy C601, we can definitely bring that back as something to consider. And I think, as has been indicated in a number of comments from speakers as well as from administration, that not one single metric determines whether or not we decide that we want to recommend a proponent. There's a number of variables involved, and the 16% really is just meant to be an evaluation tool, because aspirationally we want 16% of the housing across the city to be available so that folks have choice. But it isn't the only factor that determines whether or not a project is viable and should be recommended. So when we come back with C601 and the review, we can definitely bring some more information about that particular metric.
That would be great. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford? Before you do that, Councillor Paquette, can you just take the chair? I just got to step out for a minute. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Absolutely, I have the chair.
Okay, thank you. I think I just wanted to dig in. I hear where Councillor Cartmel is going with his line of questioning, and I think that there is something to dig into there. I think there's both benefits to having, for example, some of the energy retrofit, the energy components, even in terms of the long-term pro forma of the viability of these projects from an operations standpoint. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because if the energy bills are cheaper, just to put that in plain language, if the energy bills, for example, are cheaper month to month for the housing provider, then that can be reflected in what they can, how deep their discounts can be for those units.
Yes, Councillor, it will certainly improve their operating costs for sure.
Okay. And I know I definitely heard in working on the task force that we've been meeting with some of the housing providers. They say the operations is, the capital is less of the barrier as the operations is. Have you heard that as well?
That's correct, yeah. The level of subsidies provided in each one varies because of the operational costs is sometimes outweigh those priorities.
Okay, perfect. No, that helps provide some clarity of thought for me. But one of the things that really struck me in this report isn't about any one specific application, but actually that we had 16, but only 7 came forward. And I'm wondering what was preventing those other ones from being viable, like thinking about the fact they're in a housing emergency and thinking about what kind of, I just trying to get a sense of what barriers prevented more, like of 16 applicants, right? We're not even at 50% having come forward. So just could you talk me through some of that? And are they, close and maybe we're going to see them in the next little while, or where is it determined that these other ones that didn't come forward today were just simply not viable at this time?
Sure. Each application obviously varies from each other. Because of our guidelines in terms of our evaluation, there are certain criteria, mandatory criteria that they need to meet in order to proceed to the next evaluation process. Some of the projects certainly has the potential to be there one day in terms of our grant funding, but some component would be their zoning is not approved yet. So we're looking for shovel-ready projects to be eligible for the programs. Other things are their funding model is still not to a point where we're ready as an administration to recommend their projects at this point. There are many factors, but we are certainly not stopping in communicating with them in terms of bringing those projects forward in the next iteration of our intake process, and also when we're doing our advocacy discussion with the province and CMHC with those projects gets brought up every time.
Okay, and then just to Councillor Principe's point, will those sort of mandatory requirements be reviewed as part of that policy that's coming forward to see if there is any ones that maybe are creating unnecessary barriers?
Not necessarily with the policy, but like I mentioned earlier, we approach our grant program as continuous improvement. So every round that we implement, we review them every time, and we'll recommend some changes to them to make sure that we address the concerns from our housing providers.
Okay, I think I'm going to note this for the task force and for further conversations with the sponsor. Kim is the sponsor, Kim Petrin, DCM. So I'm gonna make note of that for a future task force conversation. So thank you, and I understand also the aspirational nature of the 16%, but I also hear, that there is people are seeing a disproportion of neighborhoods that are getting a lot of affordable housings and then other neighborhoods that are not. So while it's aspirational, I think what kind of incentives, what kind of conditions are we creating in those neighborhoods with 0% affordable housing to actually get affordable housing in those neighborhoods?
That's an excellent question, Councillor. And again, I think that's an opportunity during our policy review to look into what kinds of levers we have to be able to enable more development in neighborhoods where there are 0%. A lot of this, I suspect, has to do with the economics of real estate development, which is what affordable housing ends up being for our proponents.
Yeah.
So we'll investigate that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Oh, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Is the mayor back?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I return the chair.
Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Just a few last ones. So you said that C601, it was a motion previously, but now it's a memo, correct?
It'll be coming as a report next year.
It will be a report next year. Great, thank you. And then, just so I'm clear, we've exceeded our target if we approve this. So is the program tapped out? Are we done with the funding in there then? Is there going to be another grant intake?
We are actually updating our investment plan for the 2023-2026 with new updated targets, and that will come to council as a memo in October.
Wow. New target from when the affordable housing strategy was approved earlier this year.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think part of that information that we'll share is that because we got some unexpected funding from CMHC to the tune of $19 million that allowed us to do a massive renovation, that was the major reason why we were able to exceed our targets. So we weren't planning for that, but I guess is an excellent example of when our staff is nationally renowned for being able to move quickly. We were able to leverage that pocket of dollars that we didn't expect.
Yeah, that's great news. I think I recall that announcement, but has some ripple effect, and how are we addressing our overall stock? That's great. So there will be, so after that memo is released, you do plan on future grant intakes then? Yes?
So I'm going to weigh in here because as part of your 4-year budget cycle, you have definitely allocated money to affordable housing in terms of meeting the targets. Part of our processes are that we report back to you. When you meet the targets, there's an opportunity to have a discussion about, would you like to use the money to do something different? And you should have an honest conversation about that as part of the budget. Not saying that affordable housing isn't important, but if you're facing many other budgetary pressures, you will want to look at that in the context of the wider budget discussions. And so I think maybe some of the apprehension with us being able to answer that question is there's still a budgetary process for us to go through.
Okay, maybe I'm just anxious because I'm thinking about all the applicants who maybe didn't get funding this round, are kind of working on applications to refine that. But appreciate that, so we'll have that budget conversation, and then that answer will be clear. Great. I think that is it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to follow a couple of questions on going back to the budget discussion, we allocated capital dollars for 4 years, right? I think, or maybe first 2 years. But then we also created an affordable housing fund that is operational dollars, but does support capital. That's the $18 million per year, right? In that range.
That's correct.
So that program carries on. That's a permanent program, right?
So yes, but I would say part of performance management and part of the budgetary process that you should be doing is when you've set aside money to do a thing and you've accomplished that thing, you should revisit what you would like to do next as part of that.
I get that, and I support that process, right? But I want to understand that $18 million is ongoing. It's not only for 4 years, right? It's ongoing, built into the base budget.
I'd have to go back to the motion. It's definitely ongoing in this cycle. I can't remember if it was multi-year one time for the cycle or whether it was ongoing.
Okay. But for 2025 and 2026, that $18 million, unless we make different decision, is still available to be allocated to affordable housing for next 2 years.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. That's I need to understand. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Great. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you. City administration provided the information for my earlier questions. So go ahead for the information.
So the capital profile originally had $41.2 million in it. Decisions made to date would leave $30 million available, of which $6 million would be used for this recommendation.
Thank you so much. And related to this, so right now, the funding, even for today's approval, the funding source covered both capital and operating. So my question is why we have separate funding source and in capital and operating to support this type of investment. Is there any specific reason for us to do that?
So I would say the operating funds that you've typically have been for grants, and the capital has been for one-time allocation to projects that often the city constructs and then transfers ownership to a third party. And I would just look to the team down at the front to make sure I got that right.
That's correct.
So if operating funding is for the grant, the capital for the one-time transfer and from capital profile and from different budget to the operating budget. So I still a little bit confused here. Link back to Mayor Sohi's earlier question, we have that program, ongoing program, and under the operating budget, and that is a fixed amount for every year for the grant purpose. But from today's asking approval for the decision in front of us, and then what I say we will transfer the funding from capital to the operating in order for us to give grant. So to me, that capital is more like the hold the funding, and then when the needs come in and we transfer from capital to the operating. Is that understanding correct?
At a high level, I would just say with the capital funding, what my observation would be here is the ask is for a portion of one-time funding for two very specific projects to come from that capital pool of funding as opposed to the general grant program. And I would maybe look to the team on the background on why that choice was made.
Yes, our capital profile has a very specific purpose, which is to build permanent supportive housing and support transitional housing and Indigenous-led projects. With the PSH project in front of you today, the two PSH project, that fits the profile of the purpose of the capital and also bridge the gap of the operating funding that we don't have this year, so to be able to support this project more expeditiously.
Because this year we ask is one time and from there, and then usually when we are city doing the budgeting process, we do have the different purpose and for the capital and operating. I still did not get it and why we keep putting money when we do the budget at the beginning in the budget in the capital profile. And then is there any specific criteria or specific limitation could limit it or could allow we can transfer money between the capital and budget and operating. And because this is two different funding packets, and then is two different purpose to serve our city's budget. So right now, to me, it seems we're not talking about the any policy or anything could allow or could not allow the funding transfer. So this is something I'm a little bit confusing. So it seems we're holding funding at the beginning, and right now we're doing transfer just based on the needs. But is there any specific policy in that line there?
I'm sorry, Councillor Rice, you got to come for next round time. It's
okay. So my time is time is out.
Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? Councillor Rice, you have more questions you want to follow up on?
Oh, I just want if administration have the information to answer my questions. Okay. I would appreciate.
So maybe just at the highest level, when we put things on the operating side and we create a grant program, then the only thing that you can spend that funding on is the thing that you created the grant program for. When we put it on the capital side, we have a little bit wider parameters on capital for one-time funding, And so it allows some flexibility. I would say this, there's flexibility for us to be able to move capital to a different program. There's more flexibility in being able to do that than there is to take a very structured grant program and move it the other way.
Okay. Thank you. So that concludes the questions on this item. We have a motion on the floor now to speak. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just very briefly, I want to say, thank you, administration, for all this work, and also to all the affordable housing builders, providers, professionals who are working in this space. As of July, we have over 4,000 people who are facing, who are part of the housing crisis. This is a drastic, or actually I would say steady increase post-pandemic, but drastically changed from pre-pandemic of 1,700. Back in February of this year, when we approved the affordable housing strategy, I had wondered whether we're not ambitious enough with the 2,700 unit goals. And I'm glad to hear that with dispatch, we'll be able to exceed that. I think it's interesting to note that city has always played a role in affordable housing since the 50s. But then if we look back, we've had decades-long provincial housing policies that have resulted in the wealthiest province in the country, yet with the lowest housing per capita. I think that's unacceptable, and I'm glad that we are contributing in the way that we can. But I think over time, we've also taken on far more responsibility than what we were originally setting out to do. I think we have to do what we can, and I would be remiss if I didn't think about some of the challenges across our province with some of the housing policies where smaller communities, towns, mid-sized cities are also facing some of the challenges that we have, yet they don't have the same kind of capacity or resource to address them. And now we're hearing from leaders from those communities openly say, we'll just get them to Edmonton, we'll just get them to the big city. But we're also strapped for that too. And those are the realities that we're contending with, and that's why I think we're seeing this steady increase despite all the efforts that we see here and in the community, even with private sector stepping up as well. I think it's important to approve what we have here, and I look forward to that. Some of the future conversation that'll be coming about, are we going to adjust our goals? Are we going to address other budget priorities? All of which I think we need to talk about. Again, thanks for all the speakers who made time today also to be here and answer questions. I very much support what's here.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the conversation that we've had today. I completely agree with the comments that Councillor Tang has just offered. These are laudable goals. These are very important investments. I'm in the ward I represent. We don't have a lot of this supportive housing and affordable housing, and I spent an evening last night trying to get a community to support, a modest, quite modest surplus school site infill. I've been trying to get a couple of other sites that are very clearly surplus developed into housing developments, and that is a 3-year and counting journey just to get the land available before we can actually have a conversation like this. It's infuriating, and it's obviously frustrating because we need this in Southwest Edmonton too, and I can't get there, so I'm frustrated. At the same time, I know I'm going out of this day, and there are going to be land developers and builders that I used to work with that are going to look at what we have in the report and challenge me fiercely on my supportive vote today. And I can't tell that story. And it now connects to a continuing story that there is not enough information to properly make decisions in our reports. The speaking will be recorded on YouTube and on our website for a while. But the record of this decision is the reports that we were offered and the minutes of the meeting. And they don't tell the whole story. They don't tell a complete story. They don't tell a verifiable and supportive story. And that is my concern. So Again, I will apologize if that is being interpreted as casting aspersions to anybody in the professional community, people that I've worked with, people that I haven't, people that are doing their very best. I am not at all calling into, you know, the ethical considerations and actions of anybody that's actually trying to build these buildings. This is about an accountability and an information exercise. And if there is a way through more detailed reporting to find a way to save a few more dollars and build a few more units, I think that is incumbent upon us. It's just really hard in the current financial state of the city of Edmonton to simply accept on face value single numbers as reports. And I'm sorry that if anybody visiting is feeling kind of caught in the crosshairs there, but this is going to be a conversation that we're going to continue to have until we can get our financial situation in order. We have to look at every single public dollar. Every dollar that comes out of this room needs to be scrutinized. And I perhaps will see what information comes in the intervening week, but I cannot take a report and the minutes and staple them together and give them to somebody and have them say, this was a good decision. It is very much a good decision, but I can't prove that. And that continues to be a problem. So, I'm sorry for that. These are laudable goals, laudable investments, laudable projects. We just need to figure out a way to tell that story better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'll start where Councillor Cartmel's jumped off. I agree wholeheartedly with his point. I think, yes, we're governors, and you know what level of information we need is always a fine art. But I do think that in this case, more is better in terms of showing the long work that administration has done. And I say that because not only do I think it's important for council to have an understanding of the numbers, as mentioned by Councillor Cartmel, and be able to justify the rationale of those numbers to anybody that asks and be accountable to that. But I also just personally want to know, are we requiring things that, from a governance perspective, are sucking up big portions of our dollars, like dedicating park space, dedicating sidewalk space, the solar panels, any of those kind of things? Are we requiring them? You know, I think about one of the projects I know was not viable because they needed to have a parkade, because that's what was required in Blatchford, as an example. And so I think that there is a lot more to this as we're talking about a housing and houselessness emergency, that we need more of those details, because it's not just about the numbers. It's about everything that adds to it. And I'll give another example. I have come to learn that, and I'm going to dig into this further with administration. I have a meeting with them scheduled for this, but I've come to learn that seniors have exemptions, seniors housing has exemptions in certain city policies that other affordable housing does not. So there are things and ways that we can be improving these situations. That being said, I also agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Cartmel that these are absolutely essential. Two of these projects that we are, that committee is considering approval of today, and I hope support, are in Wardenomic, one in Woodcroft and one in Athlone. One is supportive housing for veterans. I don't know how much more morally beneficial. I don't know why balloons are I don't know why balloons just popped up on my screen. Could be, you know, I don't know any other project that could have more value than that. But I do think we have to also consider, while we can't, I completely understand that affordable housing is about finding the opportunity and then leveraging that opportunity. I think there is the question of how are we creating the conditions for places that are underutilized and 0% affordable housing to make those projects shovel ready. Is it proactive upzoning? I know we're talking about that with some of the surplus land sites. Is it further incentivization. I don't know what that looks like, but I think that an aspirational goal is still a goal and needs to have concrete steps for, even if they're tiny, for how we're going to get there, and making progress towards that. Lastly, I would also add information that I would like to see if you are bringing this back and adding some further context for the council report is on some of the actual percentage. Is it rent to income? Is it 50% rent to income? Is it 30%? Is it market 80%? Those numbers were missing in some of the pieces. And I think that that's also important context as well that we need to be considering. So again, thank you to every service provider that was here today and that has put in so much time, energy, heart, and time into getting these projects to this point. And I look forward to celebrating when the two open in the ward that I represent, as well as every other one that opens in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. Really just so excited today to have these applications in front of us and pleased to be speaking in support of these great investments. I think there's just a lot to celebrate. So seeing the evolution of the AHIP program over the past few years, it's been incredibly exciting. Not only has it delivered hundreds upon hundreds of new units, it's also done so much to increase capacity in the affordable housing sector, as was mentioned before. Having this as a consistent funding source has allowed organizations to plan ahead, to dream big and bring forward projects that meet the needs of our community. A milestone for me is seeing that each of the recipients this year is a nonprofit. Partnerships with the for-profit development industry is fantastic, but I think this really speaks to the capacity that's being built in the sector. It's incredibly exciting to see these organizations having the confidence, having the capacity come forward to provide housing, which we know is going to best meet the needs of our community. The program success is also really visible in its oversubscription, which is a bit of a bittersweet moment. It's great, again, that there's so much capacity, that there's so much ability to deliver housing, but really underscores a significant need that's going unmet in our community. If there's nothing else we can take away from this, it's that there are solutions. We can't abide by this notion that we don't know what to do or that we can't do what needs to be done. There are people lined up waiting to do that work, and we need to get behind them and get other orders of government behind them as well so they can do that great work. I did want to speak briefly on two other themes that came up today that I think are important ones. So, first of all, the 16% threshold. I think, that's a really phenomenal target. It's been great to see the amount of investment that the city has been making in areas outside of the core, ensuring that every neighborhood is striving towards a minimum of 16%, I think is really excellent. And we certainly need to be doing more in neighborhoods where those thresholds are much lower right now. But for me, it's really a both and proposition. The need is so significant. And we also want to be, I think, at the base of the policy is also about providing people with choice. There are people in every neighborhood of our city that require supports, and ensuring that they have those options is really important. And that can include areas where there is maybe already some other non-market housing. I think when we're looking at non-market housing, it's a very broad bucket. I'm really reluctant to see how, affordable seniors housing would somehow prevent affordable housing for families, for example, or permanent supportive housing for others. Those are all really important needs in a community. Having a diversity of housing is absolutely what we do need, and I think that we're continuing to see that in many of the neighborhoods where the high level non-market housing number isn't quite catching what's there. I also wanted to speak a bit to the question of how much information we're sharing. if our own city budgets feel very tight, if we feel constrained, it is nothing compared to what affordable housing providers face from a budgetary perspective. They have every incentive. Their existence depends on them maximizing every single dollar. They're often, I mean, very, very rarely do we see 100% grant funded projects. These organizations are not only doing incredibly complex applications to get portions of their project covered by grant funding, they're also getting mortgages. They are financing these projects to meet the needs of our community. And again, have every incentive to do that as efficiently and cost effectively as possible. So I have a lot of confidence in the due diligence that these groups do. And on top of that, a lot of confidence in the additional rigor that our city staff take in reviewing these applications and ensuring that we're getting great value for dollar for Edmontonians. So, happy to see further information coming forward, so there's even greater awareness of that fantastic work that happens, and look forward to some further conversations on that. Thank you again so much to all of the applicants and to our city staff teams who are bringing these outstanding projects to life in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone for your participation today in this, what I think is a great discussion. As a city, our goal is obviously to ensure every dollar we invest in affordable housing is not only accountable, but also delivers the greatest long-term value. However, we also must apply the trust but verify lens, particularly as we leverage $19 million city investment to generate over $130 million in construction value. I just want to pause on that for a second because that's phenomenal. And that means jobs in construction. That means money rotating and revolving in our local economy. And that's an uplift, not just in building the affordable housing, but for everyone who participates in building affordable housing, which I think is actually quite profound. And maybe we don't talk about that enough. And these projects are more than just numbers. They represent vital partnerships, and that benefits our nonprofit, benefits the private sector, and other levels of government can look to these efforts and see success. And that's really, really important. As far as the scrutiny, ensuring fiscal responsibility and transparency, obviously that can come. And as we've heard, that information exists. So there's no harm in taking a look at that. Having been involved in this for a number of years now, and meeting with developers and builders, both in the private sector and the nonprofit, and seeing those numbers, I guess you start to assume a certain level of competency and understanding. But to have it laid plain for the public, probably not a bad idea. So beyond the financial aspects, there's also the broader impact of these developments. Affordable housing is critical to building a healthy, resilient city. But concentrating these projects in specific areas starts to risk some imbalances. And so it would be nice to see some of that change. Now, I understand it's because you can buy the land and it's a little bit less. And so if we're talking about optimizing dollars, that's where that comes in. And so that is a challenge. There's a lot of different variables here. It's nothing is ever as straightforward as we would like it to be. I also just want to thank the folks who put their heart and soul into this. We have very real struggles in our community from folks. There's an article today that just details that. And to build affordable housing ensures that we have a stable market with this rapidly growing population. That puts a stress on our infrastructure and puts a stress on our housing supply. And so the fact is housing costs are almost certain to just continue to increase. What we do with these efforts is we basically hedge against that increase. We slow it down a little bit. And I do have a little bit of worry about what that means in the future. as far as affordability, and that's going to be an interesting conversation. And council next term is going to be grappling with that question for sure. So, and the last word on the energy efficiency codes. I think Councillor Rutherford touched on this, but we have to look at things as value over time. In electoral lens, through that lens, you want things to be as cheap as humanly possible, right? And then you can say, look how good I did on the dollar. But the long term, if you sacrifice the long-term vision, then you just add up operation costs, which is the real, that's the silent and deadly killer there. And you want to make sure that you can mitigate long-term operating costs as much as possible. I think this does it. So with all that said, this obviously has my support, and I look forward to future discussions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. To close on this, I first of all want to show my greatest appreciation to all the members of the public and providers who came to make presentation and answer questions from council. I know some of you have been here maybe the first time. I don't want you to be discouraged in any way for your ongoing participation, because asking questions about dollars and cents is part of our responsibility, right? And so I want you to know that I deeply appreciate the work you have been doing, and I trust you fully that you maximize every dollar that you get from city government. But there are a lot of other reporting mechanisms that you have to follow in order to comply with the funding requirements from various other orders of government and funding agencies, as well as from the private sector. So I have a full confidence and trust in your ability to deliver the best product with the dollars available to you. Affordable housing, what I want to focus on is that affordable housing is a cornerstone of a vibrant, healthy, and inclusive city. And because of your work, all the housing providers' work, the decision we will make today and the recommendation that we will make to council, if council approves this, will provide a home to 297 families. 297 families that may otherwise not have a place to call home. We have a crisis in our communities. On the market side of housing, I think our city is doing reasonably well. Market affordability is attainable, and we continue to remove barriers to maintain that market affordability. But it's also a fact that in Edmonton, we have the lowest amount of non-market housing in our city. So a lot of people who live in poverty, a lot of people who struggle on our streets being unhoused, they're unhoused because we don't have enough affordable, supportive, transitional homes to give them the dignity that they deserve. So all the 7 housing projects that we are approving, and those folks who are going to manage and build those, you're offering that dignity to them. I want you to know that that's deeply, deeply appreciated. I'm also very proud of our administration. We set a target, and you worked really hard to meet that target, and you're exceeding that target. We still have 1 more year to go to actually go beyond that target. So, and your efforts and your expertise and the kind of support that you provide to the community is recognized nationally. And I think that's something to be celebrated, along with providing more homes for people in need. So let's carry on this good work. More needs to be done, and we are committed to doing more. But I'm also hopeful. These kind of investments give me hope that we can build an Edmonton for all of us, where everyone is able to succeed in this city. this is an effort of community, nonprofit sector, city government, federal government, provincial government, private sector. All of us are coming together to make a difference in people's lives, right? And that needs to be celebrated. So thank you to each and every one of you for your work. Look forward to more opportunities for building more homes for Edmontonians. Good. With that, I will call the vote. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Here we go. It is carried. Okay. We are at 12 o'clock. I know there was an idea to hear from the speaker and her presentation. That will take us probably to 12:10, but I don't know how many questions might be to the speaker. So, Kristen, are you suggesting that we finish that or just take a break? No, come back at 1:30.
It is up to committee as always. We could do the hearing from admin and hearing from the speaker and then do questions of the speaker after the lunch recess. It is up to committee. I'm not sure what you have in your calendars.
Yeah, I'll say let's do at 1:30 because if the speaker has to wait to answer questions from committee members after lunch, we'd rather wait, then we will not have the continuity. Yeah, so we'll take a break here and we'll be back at 1:30.
We are live from chamber.
We are back. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to call this meeting back to order. Do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Paquette.
I am here.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Pinspe.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
I am here. And let's see other colleagues joining us. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Okay, that is it. Okay, we'll go to our administration for a presentation on item 7.2, options to provide tax forgiveness for remediated derelict properties.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just some brief opening remarks, and then happy to continue the conversation from there. Hello, committee members. In 2024, the City of Edmonton introduced a derelict property tax subclass within mature neighborhoods. The derelict tax class placed a non-residential tax rate on derelict properties, effectively tripling their tax rate. City administration undertook property inspections in 2023, and after review, categorized 207 properties as derelict in the 2024 taxation year. Since January, we've been made aware of 23 properties that have remediated, either through demolition or rehabilitation of their sites. Several of these property owners have approached the city asking why they continue to pay at the derelict rate despite having remediated their sites. This has to do with Alberta's assessment cycle, which determines a property's classification for the current taxation year using its condition at the end of the previous year. This means that there's no way for a property owner to reduce their tax liability within the calendar year. If a derelict home was remediated in April of this year, taxes remain at the derelict rate all throughout the year until the following year, when then they'll be returned back to the residential rate. This raised questions regarding the fairness of the tax policy and whether it was meeting its intent. There are, however, tools the city can use to address this issue. Separate from the rules surrounding assessment cycles, Council has the authority to forgive all or part of taxes under Section 347 of the Municipal Government Act. This authority is broad sweeping, and so Council developed a policy to govern its use of tax forgiveness, known as Policy C607. The report before you today proposes an amendment to Policy C607, which would effectively prorate current year taxes on remediated derelict properties. Once the property is remediated, The assessment and taxation branch would calculate the taxes, what the tax would be for the property under its non-derelict rate, and rebate the difference for the remaining months of the year. If approved, administration would apply the policy for those properties that remediated in 2024 retroactively, the cost of which would likely be in the $65,000 range. As a reminder, while today's focus is on this policy change, administration also intends to return to council early in the new year to provide a one-year update on the derelict subclass and how it has fared. Other alterations to the program are preferably left to that time. Thank you, and happy to speak to it when it's time.
Thank you so much. We will go to now to member public register to speak on this. Remy Damian, please come down. Thank you so much for joining us. Before before I ask you to speak, I just want to just want to confirm that you have been recently been appointed to the ARB, right? Alberta Assessment Review Board.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know the protocol, so please forgive me.
No, that's fine.
I have actually been a member of the Assessment Review Board for the last, I believe, 3 years.
Okay.
I hope I'm not misleading in the number of years. I'm getting old.
Yes.
So
sorry, that's my. But you are a member of the ARB, right?
Yes, and
So are you here to speak on behalf of ARB or speak individually on your own behalf or your business?
I am here on my own behalf
Got
to talk about a particular this ruling of derelict properties.
Got it. Okay, just we need to have that on the record. Thank you so much. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and after that, council members may have committee members and council members may have questions of you.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Mr.
please.
Mayor. My name is Remy Damian. I am here on behalf of a property that is owned by a numbered company, and I have written a letter to the councillor Ann Stevenson, and expressing my what they call it dissatisfaction with the way that you as council members, and I say it respectfully, have came up with this rule of derelict properties. You came up with these new rules in October, and you want to enhance my understanding the city from old properties, which is nice, and I respect that, and it's the first city in Canada, maybe, I think. But you didn't give us, as taxpayers, as citizens, time to react to such regulations. Usually there is a time allowed. You done the rule in October, and the winter months is coming, so everything was really jammed. I feel that that's not fair. Respectfully, I say it. If you would have given more time, I believe people will act on those circumstances. In my situation, I actually just happened that knowing that I believe, I hope I don't have the dates wrong, on October 4th, you came up with this rule about derelict properties. They will be assessed at the commercial rate. And knowing that, instantly I ran to the city and gave a demolishing permit, and if I'm not wrong, the demolishing permit was on or October 18. So that's not even 11 days after you guys came up with these regulations. It took until December 19 for the city to call me and says that they have lost my application in the system. I asked the gentleman to write me an email with that information, and he did, and I'm very grateful for the administration. But what happened during these 2 months is I kept going online to see the progress of the application, and it just says in progress, in progress. I found they say it's in progress. I know it doesn't take 2 months for such a demolishing permit. Getting the demolishing permit on December 19, that's when Christmas is, that's when holiday is, that's when winter is. And you can hardly get any, and I'm not into construction, any demolishing that is able to happen on a particular lot due to the ground freezing and all that complications. So I want to bid to demolish the property by December 31st as quick as possible. I actually beg demolishing companies if they can proceed, and I'll take the penalty, because I did not want to pay the higher mill rate. And every demolishing company says, no, we cannot touch this. We don't want to be in the bad books of the city. And it wasn't, I didn't try to demolish it so that I can be on doing something bad, but I just didn't want to pay the mill rate of a commercial property. As soon as I got the demolishing permit in December 19, I ran as quick as possible to demolish the property, and the property was demolished in the beginning of February. I lost 2 months. If I had the opportunity to have the permit, which was very frustrating to get from the city, then I would have demolished it by December 31st, and instead of paying $9,000 in property tax, I would have paid $3,000 something. And that's just my calculations, please. The department knows better than me. And that's a little bit too much. You have, by you running such a rule, and I know you probably didn't mean it, you have put me in a situation, and I'm quite sure you have put others in a situation that it's not advantageous, and it was very frustrating. I am extremely grateful. When I complained to the city, the administration was very responsive. I respect that big time. And I actually received a phone call, and please forgive me, Anton, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, from Anton, and it was, what's the problem and how we can rectify it. I have the highest respect to the system and to the council in general. It's just, I believe your ruling has been just oversight of the implementation that it can do. You can tell I'm nervous. That's it. I don't think I missed it. I wish, my understanding is today you may amend to get a portion of the property tax if you pass. I don't know what you do to pass the regulations, but I lost 2 months and I demolished in 2 months. So I don't know if it's right or wrong, or who do I ask to, can I do as if I demolished by December 31st, and then this way I don't get a prorated, I get a full refund. That's all. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much for joining us. So based on my understanding of what is in front of us, that if committee approves this goes to council in, which will be October 2nd or 3rd, right? Then if council approves it, this policy will be in effect, which means that if you demolish your property by end of February, you would only pay that prorate, not the surcharge, whatever we call it, the enhanced property rate or larger property rate only for 2 months, right? But you want to know, because of the delay in issuing you permit, your application was lost. I don't know. We cannot ask that question now because we may not be here. We don't have the ability to ask a specific question on a specific case. But we definitely, Councillor Stevenson probably got you the answers on why that got delayed. So we can't solve that problem. But if this is approved, right, you would not be paying additional top-up property tax for the 10-month after the demolition took place, but we will confirm that with the administration. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Oh yeah, thank you. Just well, I actually think all my questions have been answered. I just, I have the benefit of having sort of the full timeline in the email that you kindly shared with my office, but I think we've gotten some of those clarifying points now in terms of the timeline. I'll have some further questions for our city staff. Maybe just the question I would have for you though is, it sounds like this change in the addition of the derelict property tax, that was a strong motivator for you to demolish your property. Is that the building on your property? Is that fair?
Please forgive me, the voice is a little bit echoing on my end. if I understood your question, you're asking me if this ruling is helped me to demolish the property, correct?
Motivated, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is 100% yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, really, again, appreciate you being here today. Feedback from property owners like yourself and others in the ward has really helped to inform the recommendation in front of us today. So wanted to thank you for taking part in that earlier and also joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. That's all the questions that are to you, and now we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Tang, Councillor Stevenson is not on the committee. Councillor Tang?
Maybe I'll just get on the board first. Okay, sure, yeah.
Sorry.
Great, thank you. I'm curious about a lot of these, anyways, thank you very much for the report. I've also, I think other colleagues have received some of the written submissions from the the Real Estate Association, which I think is very much in line with the recommendation here. I guess I'm curious, so in 2024 so far, in the 7 or 8 months, we have 20 out of those 207 properties. Just for comparison, for past years, what's a typical number?
Unfortunately, I don't have those numbers for you. We didn't previously track it. The thing was, once this policy is put into place, we did a much more detailed assessment of what the inventory even looked like. Prior to that, really, derelict properties were only on an as-reported basis.
True. Okay.
Before in 2023, we did a full inventory review.
Right.
So that was the best starting point. But still, to say that 10% of the inventory flipped over, that does seem to be a pretty respectable number.
Yeah, and as much as I very much appreciate the speaker for being here, but it also sounds like the policy, it was a motivator. So I think it's showing that it's working to some degrees. And I guess I was also wondering about, Mr. Mayor just came to me first, I wasn't fully ready. But with like the other 180-ish properties that's assessed and there's still no action, don't we have a policy like after a certain amount of time, there will be a municipal order to demolish and that will go to the owner? Is that a thing?
I don't think I can really speak to the enforcement side on that
not
side.
your area.
On our side, yeah, we would,
Okay.
it's the individual property owner is who owns the property.
Right.
I can say that we are currently in the midst of doing a reinspection. So of that 180, we'll see. There might be a few others that maybe haven't reached out to us yet. But if they are still in the derelict state, then the derelict tax rate would apply next year as well.
And then so for like this time around, I think we're looking at what, 55,000 in forgiveness, right? And is that something we budget for, or does that kind of get spread out to the rest of the base?
Yeah, absolutely fair question. So just as a heads up, those numbers have slightly gone up since this report was published or was written. So we're at 23, closer to 65,000 now. To your question, do we budget for it? We have a reserve put aside for assessment losses because we do have the Defense of the Assessment Review Board every year, and this just kind of rolls into that fund. The fund is in the $14 million range, but that is primarily dedicated towards Assessment Review Board losses, and this has never really been part of that. Within that, we'll likely just have to build it into the future way we budget for this. It's a small enough number that within the budget we plan for with Assessment Review Board losses, I think it'll just roll into that number on a go forward.
Yeah, great, thank you. That's very helpful. And so, and I don't know if you could answer this one. So if this policy ensures that, after, I think the goal is that, we want to make sure these properties are taken care of, and if they are demolished, how do we ensure that the site doesn't become a vacant lot that contributes to urban blight? What's the mechanism there? Not necessarily in your area, but are you able to comment on that?
Yeah, so presently the derelict subclass is restricted to improved properties, and the definition talks about an improved property that is rendered uninhabitable. So if it's a vacant lot, the derelict rate no longer applies, right? It's not applicable there. So we don't have that same tool at our disposal with the way the current definition is written. We'd have to have a whole separate conversation about whether or not we'd want to be going down that road and really clearly defining what box we'd be trying to do. But I would suggest that would be a conversation for the new year when we bring this policy forward as a kind of a part of a more broad review.
Okay, because my next question is going down this path. How at what point do we start to consider vacant sites, incomplete construction that barely got started, but is, you've seen the demolition, the community has lost, formerly commercial strips. Now there's nothing, it's fenced off, it's not contributing to anything in terms of community vibrancy. And I do recall previously you've talked about this when we were talking about this particular bylaw, but I would love to open that conversation up, but what are some of the big topic barriers?
Yeah. So I think, generally speaking, there's a few different kind of caveats to add to that. There's a distinction between residential and non-residential subclassing. The non-residential subclassing have additional criteria set out for us. So there's a requirement to prove that it has been vacant for a certain period of time. So if it's still a derelict site that has a property on it, proving that it wasn't occupied for 12 months is a challenging thing for us to prove, so there's that challenge. On the residential side of it, it's just now you want to talk about just going to vacant land. It's really about defining that box, and importantly understanding that if we are going to use the property tax tool, it still has to be based off of the actual property, some characteristic of the real property. So you can't just say, well, if it's been owned by this individual for this many years, and it's been vacant, that's not a factor, and an owner could always just transfer.
Sorry, I'm out of time. I'm happy to come back and finish that answer.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that is the questions from. So maybe I'll go. You heard from the speaker, right?
Yep.
And this policy change, if approved by council, will help deal with the issue that speaker has identified.
Correct. So my understanding is that the demolition took place in February.
Yeah.
So if we pass the way this policy is currently written, then somewhere in the range of 11/12 of that delta, the difference between what he would have paid at the residential rate and what he paid at the non-residential rate, 11/12 of that delta would be refunded to him.
Got it. Okay, good. Okay, that is the only question I had, and I can. Okay, before I go to other council colleagues, I'll move the recommendation that executive committee recommend to City Council that Council Policy C607A, retroactive municipal tax relief, be amended to authorize tax forgiveness for properties assessed in the mature area at derelict residential tax subclass as outlined in attachment 2 of this September 18, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02566. And Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm so excited.
Sorry. I didn't see. Councillor Principe, you're a committee member.
Okay, thank you. I would have been fine with that, though. I do have a question about the actual term, mature area derelict. So is it specifically, can you refresh my memory, is it specifically only for mature areas?
Yeah, so I mean, this is, I'll admit, somewhat of an archaic term now. At one time, the mature area was defined within our city plans and the zoning. We have gone away from that idea. However, within the bylaw now that we've set up for derelict, it's clearly defined within the bylaw. So the bylaw calls it a mature area, and then there's a map attached within the bylaw saying it's these boundaries. So it is very similar to what historically we referred to as the city's mature areas. And why we did this in the first place was really an attempt, we were piloting this project, right, to try to do this, and to do the entire city and do it full citywide inspection. We thought that would be a significant undertaking given limited resources, and so we wanted to see how this went in a smaller area. And really, from our understanding from council, many of the challenges that are faced with the derelict properties are typically within these areas, and so we narrowed the scope to this area. I am aware that, and I think where Councillor Tang was also going partly with this, is there's some desire to talk about expansion of the program on a go forward in different ways. I would suggest that would be a better conversation to have in the new year when we bring forward the full report on how successful the program was after one full year of implementation. We're still going through also some assessment review board appeals. So some property owners are trying to fight their classification at the boards. So wanted to see how those go, what happens from our inspections this year, what the numbers look like next year, and then we can report all of that to you guys next year to talk about next steps.
Okay, yeah, I was hesitant asking the question because I thought it might be a question for the future. So I'll probably ask you that again next time if I don't read it. Okay, I think my other questions were asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Constable Stevenson.
Oh, thank you. Always happy to defer to committee colleagues. Yeah, first of all, just want to say how excited I am for this work and really appreciate this sort of interim check-in and responsiveness to some of the feedback we're seeing. I think it's important to acknowledge that administration flagged this as a potential challenge, and at the time we chose to not take any action, but think this is a great approach moving forward. A few just process questions moving forward. So it sounds like it's a fairly simple application process for this. It referenced just sort of sending an email. It's not sort of a long application form. Is that true?
Yeah, we want to try to keep this as simple as possible for the applicants. If they can prove to us that they've demolished the site and the policy is in place, then we'll go from there and we can make that adjustment.
Perfect. And what's the approach if the property has changed hands, mid-year? Does it go back? Are we able to credit back to the owner at the time, or how does that work?
And this is where I might turn to Cam Ashmore, our legal counsel, to remind me of what we wrote in there. I will say that about whether or not change of ownership would kind of end this change. Because he would have drafted it. What I will say, though, is that we would not have an ability to credit back the previous owner. Whatever the credit goes to would be the current owner on file. If it was built in the policy, at least the two parties in the sale and transfer would know that this was coming. But Cam, can you just confirm, did we require that no transfer of ownership took place, or was that allowed?
I believe we did, but I'm just refreshing my memory by looking at the policy here.
Okay, maybe when you're looking that up, just wanted to follow up on the restriction for this relief to be applied for properties that have non-compliance with the Safety Codes Act. I'm just assuming that a vast majority of properties would be in non-compliance. Are you suggesting like sort of continued non-compliance even after demolition or remediation?
I think that is my understanding as well. Cam, do you want to speak to that?
I'm sorry, I missed that, Councillor.
Sorry. Just wanted to confirm that the reference in the bylaw to non-compliance with Safety Codes Act or being a nuisance, that would be after remedial action had been taken. So I'm assuming that most of the buildings being demolished would be in non-compliance of one form or another.
That would be correct. So we have to remind ourselves that nuisances actually can continue to be on a vacant lot.
Mm-hmm.
You might end up having demolition, but still have a nuisance on the property. Yeah. And technically speaking, you may do a demolition and still have some sort of a safety codes issue on the property by way of a hole, or you may only have to demo half of a structure, the half that's actually derelict, while the other half wasn't, but maybe there's another safety codes issue there. So that would definitely be the intent.
Okay, no, I think that those guardrails make a lot of sense, just to ensure that we're not rewarding properties that continue to cause problems in our community. Okay, I will have to come around for just a quick other round, I apologize, but is there any consideration in the policy or in practice how it's applied to take into account delays, such as the example we heard from our speaker, in terms of just a very genuine, beyond his control delay in his ability to demolish the building? Is there leeway there, or would we have to provide some sort of direction?
So I would say at present there is not. I think every story is going to have its own unique elements to it, and really you want to try to create a policy that's going to be clearly applicable to all property owners. We're not going to necessarily get into the parsing of was the city responsible for delay or not, or how did that go down? There's going to be a long story to every account. So this just keeps that process fairly simple. Just want to also speak to the previous question you had, reviewing the policy. We do not have a clause in there about change of ownership, which is just if a new owner takes over and demolishes, then they actually get a little incentive. They'll get back the difference in taxes as well. So that's, in a sense, another way of incentivizing a new owner midway through a year to get that done sooner, because they'll actually get a little bit of back taxes from the previous owner.
Okay, perfect. Really appreciate that. I just have a few follow-up questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, does this recalculation process work in the reverse? So if somebody's property was designated as a derelict property today, would they, so they wouldn't get charged under the subclass until 2024, but would we go back and recalculate for the last 3 months of the year at the higher rate?
No, so yeah, the way that basic tax classes work is always based off the condition of the property at the end of the year that sets the tax rate for the following year. So say, for example, we find in our inspections, which are currently underway now, a new property that is derelict today, it's still assessed at the residential tax rate this year, or the other residential, depending on what kind of property it is. Next year, it'll be changed over to the derelict subclass for the year until it demolishes, if it demolishes.
Okay, so they would get benefit for the final 3 months of the year, and then we would do a recalculation if in the next 6 months of 2025.
Yeah. So
They,
right
okay.
now, the grant program only provides the benefit. There's no way of us clawing back additional fines for derelict properties that we didn't catch the year previous. That's not part of the current proposal.
Okay. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. So that, yeah, so there, it is to their benefit if it's designated partway through the year. Okay, thanks very much. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate this being brought forward, and makes a lot of sense to me. And I guess just to be crystal clear, the expectation is that if this change is approved today, would that further expedite this process for demolitions and cleaning up these properties, just in terms of what we'd expect to see from some of these property holders?
I mean, so we're now talking in the theoretical, but what is happening here is essentially we're saying if you're listed as derelict in January, whether or not you then tear down in January or tear down in November doesn't change your tax status under current rules. But if we develop this additional policy, there's an added incentive to do it as early as possible, because you are going to save yourself, money on a go forward from the date that's demolished.
That's great. That's wonderful, and I think really aligns with the intent of this entire program. So thank you for that. And then, yeah, just a question. I don't know if you have this offhand, but I'm curious. Do we know if properties are applying for development permits as they're applying for demolition permits? I'm just trying to understand the behavior of some of the property owners that are holding these parcels.
Unfortunately, I don't think I can speak to that question, Councillor.
Okay. Can save that one for a later conversation. And then this might also, I might be getting ahead of myself with all these questions, but I'm just thinking of next steps. Now we have the derelict tax subclass. Of course, it was mentioned just in mature areas. Are you able to share, would the next step be to look at further expansion outside of those areas, or is it to look at commercial? What does the next step for expansion of this program look like?
Yeah, so
Pending, of course, conversations and more data and understanding.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so the plan at the present is that we do want to bring forward another report early in the new year, so aiming for January, that kind of outlines how this subclass worked this year, number of accounts that came off, number of accounts that were added as a result of re-inspections this coming year, how we did at the assessment review boards, how successfully we were able to defend it, because we are dealing with 2 complaints at the assessment review board, and then really leaving that open to the next conversation around what you might want to be pursuing. We have heard a few different things. We've heard a little bit about expanding to the entire city as existing under the current policy.
We've heard about vacant lots and what can or cannot be done there, and we've heard about the non-residential. So those are three different dynamics that we might briefly touch on. I don't think, we'd leave it to council and committee to have those conversations on what how they'd like to proceed, but we would potentially bring those forward as discussion points.
Okay, and maybe just on that then, if there are sort of those three buckets that council might be interested in exploring or considering, is there any sort of direction that you folks would need today in order to bring those buckets back for conversation, or will you? Do you know that you're going to be able to include those as part of the conversation? Because I'm interested in all three of those.
Based on what I'm hearing now, I think it's perfectly fine. We'll have what we need to bring forward that information in the new year.
Excellent. Okay, great. Well, looking forward to future updates. Thank you so much for your work on this. Fully supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Marcelki. Just a technical little bit delay. So appreciate the reports. I have two questions here. For this amendment and for the policy C607A, forgiveness and then for the property tax, the tax amount and will come from the reserve, or I don't know if reserve is a proper word or not, because I do remember we budgeted like $3 million. So finance could confirm that amount and to really support those type of forgiveness. Is that right? And it will not impact the total tax levy. We just use that money, that portion of money to support this type of forgiveness.
So yeah, when we say that there is money set aside, it's budgeted for, right? So every single year as part of the budget process, we estimate what we expect losses might be at the Assessment Review Board. And the more the C607 policy grows, the more we have to take into account as well what that bucket would have to look like, just to put that money aside. So I can't promise you that there is no financial implications. If we know that on a go-forward basis, there's going to be some tax forgiveness in this category from a budgetary kind of budgeting process, we're going to want to plan in the following years for what that budget will have to be with all its facets involved.
I would like to clarify this, and because the budget already approved in 2026-26, and then I recall is about the $3.6 million we put aside, that is already approved and to support this type of forgiveness. Correct. So that means the money was directed from there, but will not impact our total budget level, like tax level. So I just want that to be very clear. That's number one. Yeah, so that's my understanding. We just use that money. If this $3.6 million did not use it for the entire 2024, we carry forward for that money to the next year. Is that right?
So I think your characterization is fair, Councillor. So long as we're not running a variance in that budget and we're overspending in a kind of a structural way, then it will be captured within the existing budget.
Okay, so if that's the case, I would like to confirm right now and how much money we needed and for this type of forgiveness and from that portion, and then we set aside in the budget already approved.
Yeah, so as I said previously, the total budget for dealing with Assessment Review Board losses in about the $14.5 million range. This addition to the policy for this year, we're looking at slightly updated numbers from the report, closer to $65,000 in forgiveness. So at $14.5 million, $65,000 is not a very large amount within that budget. It's typically, we'll be able to address that. Though, as I said previously, the budget that we've allocated is really for Assessment Review Board losses, and so we look primarily at what we expect to lose there, and we don't typically look too much at changes. So we'll have to account for it on a go forward.
I'm sorry, so I have to interrupt you there, and because I do not need that much detail, I just only need to know, do we have enough money to cover? If we do, and then will not impact the total tax levy, and I think it's fair to say we are safe for this year, but cannot guarantee for the next year. So that is my question. I want to make sure. So the second question, even though to make amendment for this policy, but it will not impact the tax bylaw, tax rate bylaw we just passed back to April 30th. That is bylaw number 20706. So the subclass still stays the same because that bylaw already passed. And right now is the only impact is about we are able to collect those money under each subclass or not collect all the money. And for some money we lost, and we have to use the money we set aside to support it.
Yeah, that's a correct characterization, Councillor. So we use different sections of the Municipal Government Act to classify property into subclasses, and that's within the bylaw, and that stays. Technically speaking, these properties that would be eligible for forgiveness if this motion passes are still within the derelict subclass for the entire year as per the bylaw, but we have now a separate section under section 347 where council is approving some forgiveness of those amounts, and that's
so
using different
the
sections.
subclass stays the same, and based on the tax rate bylaw we passed back to April 30, 2024. So we're just talking about the forgiveness.
Those two bylaws would not change.
Yes, just talk about the forgiveness for the amount, and then in the attachment. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. You know, mainly wanted to echo Councillor Salvador's questions in terms of what might be in the final report. So, you know, really excited to look at some options to expand it geographically, also into commercial properties potentially. I'm wondering, with that report coming forward, I think just to Councillor Rice's questions. So we did budget for what additional revenue we may receive by adding the derelict subclass. Will we have a comparison of what the budget projections were and then what the actuals were?
So we would already have accounted for this year's revenue uptick in real dollars because we knew when we set the bylaw what we had classified. So it was about a little under $1 million, I want to say, is what was gained through this subclass. You know, we didn't account for reducing any of those numbers based on any kind of grant programs, but that's about how much we saw. Now, that's not going to be an annual extra, you know, new growth every single year. It's built into the budget now, so we're gaining about that much more. But as this policy works, if those properties start coming off, it's actually going to result in some negative growth, right? And you kind of want that. You want these properties to become rehabilitated, but that technically means now they go from a non-residential class or from that derelict class down to a residential rate. That's lost revenue that we will have to account for. So it's a slight adjustment we'll be doing in our growth numbers on a go-forward basis.
Yeah, I think that it maybe speaks to just, you know, how we are budgeting for it, because I think, as you say, it's the same thing with you know, traffic enforcement revenue. We actually want to see that going down over time as people are driving more safely. So anyway, an interesting conversation to have, and maybe something to revisit as we come back to this conversation next year. I think one of the lessons learned, certainly we heard from our speaker today, was just sort of that amount of notice that's provided. So if we were to expand this, or you know, properties that have maybe been assessed this year and are being added into that class, how much notice are we providing to property owners so that they can remediate before December 31st?
Yeah, so this was certainly a conversation we were having with you guys early during the development of this subclass about notification. When the subclass was passed, we did ensure that we sent out notification immediately to all property owners who were going to be receiving this subclass. So we did the inspections over the summer, and then we sent out information to them in the fall saying, you are on this list, you know, try to do what you can. Lessons learned, you know, if we had to do it over again, there might be some value to giving them a 1-year grace to say, you are now on this list on a go forward. You may want to take this year to get yourself remediated. But that would be part of the conversation we want to have next year.
Okay, and then for properties that have been assessed in this year, so still within the existing parameters, are they going to be receiving, if they were assessed over the summer, is it going to be a similar timeline for them, or are those notices going out a bit sooner?
Yeah, so it'll probably be a very similar timeline this year as previous years. The difference, of course, now is that at least the subclass is known. Like, it is a thing that has been in the ether for the last year. So you know that if we're within this area and your property is derelict, it's just now a matter of us finding it. If we find it, then you'll be on that list. Whereas the year previous, it was a new policy, right? So property owners were not as likely to know. And similarly, if we were to expand the borders, it's a change in the policy. So I think there's a distinction there between us doing that inspection and trying to let them know once the inspection is completed and a change to policy.
Yeah, I appreciate the nuance between those two. I do see value again if, you know, sort of as soon as that inspection is done, if property owners can be given as much time as possible, I think that really helps. But appreciate your point that it's not sort of the double hit of a brand new policy and an application to a specific property. But yeah, the sooner the better, and certainly something for us to talk about as we consider further expansion of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. All right, so that concludes the questions. We have motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? I see no one. Oh, Councillor Salvador?
Sure. Yeah, I'll just speak very briefly to this and again, reiterate my support. I think this makes a lot of sense and is very consistent with the overall intention of the derelict tax subclass. So really appreciate administration bringing this forward. And I think it's sort of the next logical step as we refine this really important and really, I'd say, innovative approach to derelict properties in our city that is making a difference. I think some numbers were shared today. I really look forward to continuing the conversation and being able to see some of the data and outcomes of the derelict tax subclass. Anecdotally, community members that I'm talking with are noticing a tangible difference in their community. Properties that have been problematic for a really long time have started to come down and really excitingly have started to be redeveloped into viable homes, which is wonderful. I am also quite excited to hear that there will be opportunities to talk about what an expanded program could look like. What is that next step? Whether it is expanding it beyond sort of the core or mature neighborhoods into other areas of the city, whether it's looking at non-residential or looking at vacant land as well. I know Councillor Tang has been talking about this for a while. I'm also very interested in seeing what that could look like. So thank you for bringing this forward and would encourage committee members to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I would just say ditto to everything that Councillor Salvador has just said, but wanted to take a moment to express my personal thanks to the team for setting this up. It's just, it's made such a huge impact in the neighborhoods that I represent. I've seen firsthand properties that have caused huge consternation and impacts in the neighborhood be demolished and to the relief of surrounding neighbors and also to the relief of pressure on many of our city services from fire, EPS as well, our peace officers, makes a huge difference and a huge improvement for everyone. So, property taxes are shaping our city in a really exciting way. This is a great new approach and hope we can continue to explore how we can use these tools to improve our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the administration. The creation of the subclass is showing results, positive results, and you saw a drawback and you found a way to deal with that drawback. And so thank you for that and your proactive approach to dealing with these several issues. Appreciate it. So with that, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are on to 7.3, options to revise policy C607A, tax forgiveness. Are there any remarks from admin on this?
We can provide some just brief
Sure.
introductory remarks if you wish.
Sure, please. Yeah.
It's always the fun. You do the assessment and taxation show all in one day, so we get through those details. So in March of this year, Council passed a multi-part motion to realize savings for the current and ongoing tax years. Within that motion was direction to reduce spending on the policy that we're just proposing to amend now, Council Policy C607. Council's policy does not actually currently have a fixed budget, but it's instead based on the number and scope of approved forgiveness requests within a given year. While the proposed savings cannot be fully predicted, Council does have the option to reduce the average forgiveness amounts by restricting its tax policy forgiveness. This report outlines the various facets of Council's policy and some potential options to reduce spending going forward if desired. Quickly, the categories of tax forgiveness are as follows. Errors of fact, which provide rebates for property owners for assessment errors in previous years, up to a maximum of $5,000. Payment errors, which cancel penalties on accounts when the penalty is occurred due to the city error in processing the payment. Death and illness, which cancels penalties on owing amounts when property owners or close family members are hospitalized, diagnosed with serious life-threatening illnesses, or die during the payment period. Destruction of improvements, which relate to rebates on a prorated portion of taxes for a period after a home has been rendered involuntarily uninhabitable, so we're talking more along the lines of fires. And the final category being the construction of exempt facilities, which provides rebates for exempt property types from their municipal tax amounts for the period under which the exempt property was being constructed and therefore was taxable. When considering options to restrict tax forgiveness, Council could choose to eliminate a category of tax forgiveness or limit a category's scope. Given the relative size of our construction and exemption facility category, this report focuses on options available to reduce forgiveness within that category. Among the options considered, Council could choose to reduce the current 3-year time frame for rebates to a lesser time frame, restrict forgiveness to principal amounts only, omitting penalties, restrict the kinds of properties that qualify, or cap the forgiveness amount similar to other parts of the policy. Now, Council last reviewed policy C607 in June of 2022, and so none of the options above have been recommended by administration. This report primarily serves as a check-in with Council on its policy intent, given the recent budget motions, and an update on the typical forgiveness within each category. Thank you, and happy to chat with any questions you have.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, you exempted this, right?
Yeah, I did, because I feel like we provide an OP12 motion. Administration went away and did some work, and they come back, and I think it'll be kind of a missed opportunity if we just kind of let it pass with no further direction or conversation about this. You know, obviously you looked at lots of different options. A lot of them are kind of small amounts. The one that's really worthwhile is a construction exemption. But is there anything there? I mean, even if we make it more strict, sounds like the organizations can still bypass and come straight to Council for forgiveness, right?
Yeah, so this is the challenge on this policy. The policy was put in place really to try to make a more efficient process. Historically, before this policy was in existence, and I can remember because I was there in those days as well, every organization that wanted to get a tax break for one reason or the next would apply to Council, and they'd say, what can we do, what can we do? And we'd have to tell them, well, technically you can go in front of Council, it's an option. And they say, okay, we want to do that. So we would write up reports on various organizations making requests, and you would be listening to all of these different requests and these stories from a lot of nonprofit organizations, religious organizations about their difficult stories and how they could really benefit from taxes. The creation of this policy allows us to say, here are the guidelines, here's the box that we're going to allow these things to take place. We delegate that to administration to govern it, and they're going to make sure that we fall within those rules so we're fair and consistent. And if you qualify, great, there'll be some amount there for you, but if you don't, then there's no other forgiveness. And also serves a tool for Council to say, we have a policy. If you're interested in forgiveness, refer to this policy, and this is the limit of that policy.
But it will only work if we also remain consistent with
Correct.
what you're recommending.
As is the policy currently, and what we tried to build into it was, if the applicant for a forgiveness amount does not currently qualify for forgiveness, the next step would be for them to seek a motion from Council. And that's an added barrier. They can't just ask administration to write a report for them, which was the challenge we were facing before. So that requires now an advocate on Council to bring forward a motion, but that is yet more pressure on you guys to then bring forward potentially a motion and have that conversation as 13 just for one request.
Right, and in so far this term, I don't recall us declining any motion that came forward or reports that came forward. I guess I'm also interested in the Calgary approach. So they have much more kind of stringent, like what does it take to align ours more closer to what they have?
No, that's a good question. Calgary has been slowly moving more towards our approach over the years, actually.
okay.
So they've been developing a policy, and they recently have now a policy that very much falls in line with ours when it comes to these nonprofit construction properties. Historically, however, what they would do is they would compile all the different asks that they got in a year, and they just come forward to council with one or two of these a year. So they would try to at least not make them one-off reports, but they would try to pile them together. But
Like
it'd still mean-
administrative efficient.
Yeah, but it would still mean that they were coming in front of council. Our process is you don't even have to hear it. It's just either qualifies or it doesn't under the policy.
But they have a cap. They have a legislative $500,000 cap.
So that's for both Edmonton and Calgary.
Okay, we have a cap
We
too.
both have that cap. That's a delegated, that's not a cap for how much forgiveness can be taken place. Council can forgive as many taxes for whatever council as they desire to do, but they can only delegate to administration up to $500,000 a year in forgiveness. So we never exceed that
I
cap
see.
in the 4-year history that we've shared with you here. The average is typically more in that $300,000 to $250,000 range. So up until now, that has not been an issue. But if we were to get closer to that cap, then we would be forced to bring any subsequent requests that fell in line with the policy forward to council for consideration.
Interesting. I mean, I don't think there's any appetite to kind of make it more strict, even though I think I will like to see that. But I guess from your perspective, you don't have any particular recommendation, but if you were gonna go for the big fish, go for the construction exemption. But those typically are religious groups and nonprofits that have a harder time for us to say no to.
So I'll say that the policy that we've developed here is based off of many years of working with council, and it's meant to reflect what council has historically done. You know, when we were sitting in a room and planning out this policy, we're always guided by the what would council do approach to this, and that's very much based off of historically what councils had done in the past when presented with these examples. We did actually make the policy more stringent in the last iteration of changes. We reduced previously, for example, errors of fact were for more than 1 year. If we had a factual error, we'd go back 2 years. So we restricted that down to 1 year. But nonprofits, religious organizations that contact us and they say, we're really hard done by, we really need some support, typically council has always given everything they've asked for. And so that's what's reflected in the policy.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll ask about the reducing time available for forgiveness. I know that right now it's currently 3 years, and something that was suggested is possibly 1 year. What about 2 years? Is that reasonable?
So all those options are possible. Generally speaking, a lot of these organizations are building non-residential properties. If it comes to religious organizations, they can be quite long in the construction process. You know, if they're more straightforward construction types, they usually are done within a year. And so you aren't necessarily going to capture all of these, but if you have something like a mosque or a temple that might have a 5 or 6 year development cycle, we're already cutting that a little bit shorter for them as it is. Going to 2 years would certainly reduce that further. But I'll just point out that the larger savings come in the later years, because the more developed it is, the higher it's assessed, the more taxes they pay. So you aren't going to get a third discount by removing the first year of that program, right?
Right, okay. And then what about restricting forgiveness to principal amounts only?
So this is an interesting one. So with the way the policy is currently written, technically speaking, these organizations who know this policy exists could choose just not to be paying for this full 3 year period, which is not a great incentive structure. We ideally just want people to pay and then we'll refund them later on, but this does allow them to save that for their capital project and help with their cash flow. If the policy were to change, we might not save anything, because then these organizations would just simply pay. So then there's no additional forgiveness, because we'll just give them back their principal anyway, right? So it's signal a behavior change or a recommendation for behavior change, which might not change the amount of forgiveness that the city provides.
So is that strictly for nonprofit organizations?
So within this category of exempt groups, so religious organizations, nonprofit groups, arts groups, those are the typical categories of properties. There are some private charter schools that have been examples of this as well. So those are the kinds of properties that could right now could choose not to pay. Many of them, I will say, by the way, do just continue to pay. We do recommend just pay. We'll give you that rebate at the end. But under this current policy, they technically don't have to. And so then they build up penalties that then we also forgive under the policy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a little tricky. And then capping the amount of taxes forgiven. What kind of cap would be reasonable? Like, you know, I don't really want to necessarily bring anything forward that I think we should act now because I don't know what the implications would be. I don't know.
Yeah. So this, I think, you know, when it comes to some of the other areas of the policy where there are caps, it's easier to predict what those forgiveness amounts will be because the typical property is a residential home. So we know what the typical forgiveness is for those residential houses. When it comes to this part of the policy, it's a very diverse set of forgivenesses, right? If you're talking about a multi-acre temple that's being constructed, that's a very large forgiveness amount. If it's a small retail facility that's being used for a nonprofit organization, it might not be nearly that much. So there's a lot more variance, and you can see in the numbers as well, there's a lot more variance in those individual forgiveness requests. So it's hard to say what the effect would be on the individual organization.
Okay. If we were to want to put forward any of these, it's not expected that we do it today?
So presently, we don't have any recommendations within the report. You know, if council want to make motions, we would be looking to bring forward a new report that brings those suggestions forward, because we don't have an amended policy based on any requests from council so far, nor do we make any recommendations. I will say also there will be yet another opportunity to review this policy because it's on a 4-year renewal cycle. So the next council will have an opportunity as well to say, is this the policy you want for your council, right? So we do it 1 year into the term, much like the budget cycle. We give council an ability to kind of get accustomed to their roles, and then we ask, is this how you want forgiveness to run for you going forward?
Okay, good. Thanks for those answers.
Thank you. Do other municipalities have council-directed tax forgiveness options?
So this is unique to Edmonton and Calgary because the delegated authority to forgive taxes is under the city charters. So only the city charters allow a council to delegate forgiveness up to that $500,000 limit to their administrations. All other municipalities would have to bring those requests forward to their council. That power to forgive taxes
so even,
is a council power, right?
So there's more pressure on council in other municipalities than what we see here.
Yeah. Now that's the legal truth of it. What individual small municipalities end up doing with special requests, I can't say with certainty, but there would not be a delegated policy like we in Calgary have.
Okay. So when I'm looking at table 6, council-directed tax forgiveness, when I'm looking at 2021, this was one, which was theater network, and 2022, one of the biggest one was affordable housing properties. I think that was before we approved a grant funding where affordable housing providers now get equivalent amount of money back in the grant, right?
Yeah, so this table 6, is aside from policy 607. This is actually examples of properties that fell outside of policy, and council still provided forgiveness.
Yeah.
Now, if we started seeing trends in these categories where it was a regular forgiveness amount, we'd suggest rolling it into the policy, but these were very much one-offs.
Yeah, some of them one-off, right?
You are correct, though, on the housing one, that there is now a grant program in place to do municipal tax forgiveness or municipal tax grant for that equivalent if they qualify. And there is currently a lot of conversation underway about the changing to the exemption status of affordable housing in the first place.
Yeah.
So there's been recent court decisions and a change at the provincial level that might resolve that matter entirely.
Good. So if I'm understanding this correctly, if we take away the ability for council to direct tax forgiveness, you're not saving $2 million, right? Because the big one here in 2024 is Explore Edmonton. Again, kind of one time, right?
Each of these ones under table 6 were motions from council that were then acted upon. Right. Okay. The ones that are within the policy themselves, which is restricted about $250,000, $300,000 per year, those are the ones affected through the policy.
Got it. And on the construction of exempt facilities, annual average kind of forgiveness is about less than $200,000, right?
Correct.
In that, got it. Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Marcel. So for the budget, we already budget some money and for tax forgiveness. Do you think right now is the last time and then we are considering some tax forgiveness, and or do we still have more before the budget is full budget adjustment time?
I can say at present, there are no requests on the horizon for additional tax forgiveness requests.
So if that is the case, and then I hope
Sorry, that are outside of policy. Obviously, within policy, there may be ones that come in, right, that are going to be within our delegated limit, but no additional requests that council's considering at this time.
So at this time, and so if that's his case, I can say there's some money, probably over $2 million will be left in the budget. Is already set aside. So how do we deal with that money left for this year? Do we return this money left from what we set aside to the tax levy to reduce the tax rate? And what is the regular approach to deal with the money still available and for the tax forgiveness?
So, Councillor, if you're referring again similarly to Table 6, where there's about $2 million of historical forgiveness over that 4-year process, each of those motions that Council made also had to identify a funding source. So there isn't actually budget for any of those. Funding sources were identified as part of the motions and funded on a one-off basis. So there would not be any savings or budget put aside for these kinds of requests.
I would like to confirm that. Is there anybody from finance there? And because I recall very clear and back to our budget adjustment, and we do have the amount like about $3 million set aside. And I asked that money why we save that money. The answer I received is because we use that money for some like tax. We at the year end we could not collect. We have to do the forgiveness.
So I think first of all, I'll start by saying what Anton described to you is correct. You don't have budget for the one-off forgivenesses that, I'm not even sure that's a word, but for the forgiveness in the table that he is suggesting. I think the number that you're recalling is the amounts that we potentially set aside for uncollectible taxes. And I'll let Anton respond to that.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, so there would be different budgets for different purposes that wouldn't relate to forgiveness here of these kinds of organizations.
Okay, so then where's the funding source go from and for the forgiveness?
So the funding source for this forgiveness is falling into the general budget that we put aside for Assessment Review Board losses. So when we put out assessments at the beginning of the year, a lot of those assessments are contested, and we do our best to defend those through the Assessment Review Board on an annual basis. We are very successful, but even there, we are still collecting $2.5 billion a year. And so some losses are naturally going to take place there. And so there is a budget set aside for those losses. And the C607 forgiveness just rolls into that because as a relative portion of those losses, it's fairly small.
Okay, thank you very much, because I tried to look in deeper and to see if we can find some money to reduce our tax rate. Thank you for that clarification. So then last question is about, because this 2024 is the year our city implemented the new taxation policy, that is a bylaw and 20706. And then I recalled back to April 30, and Councillor Principe put the motion to request some reports and specific to capture some data for the first implementation based on these 3 subclasses assessment we're doing right now. So is that work right now is ongoing work, or do you still need that direction to do that work? And because based on what I heard from today's conversation, we do need to look at debriefing this first year's implementation for this new tax rate bylaw.
Yep, no, that's absolutely fair, Councillor. Our intention is to return in the first quarter of next year to do a review of the policy and its implications.
So you are doing that. That work is underway right now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. It's Councillor Tang.
I guess just one last one. For organizations that would have been exempt but were late in applying, like I think if I look at table 6, there's a couple on there that's, and then they're a fairly small amount. Would you recommend that we give that delegate authority to you to provide that rather than coming to council?
Well, I'll give a generic answer, which I think if we start seeing trends where there's a common thread there, we'll come forward with you during the next review of this policy, the 4-year review of the policy, and make recommendations. I wouldn't say I would find those kinds of trends heavily in here.
Okay.
We try to do our best with nonprofit organizations. We do have certain deadlines. Technically, there's legislated deadlines that they have to apply for by a certain date. And we often will stretch those for them because we don't always get the applications on time.
We make, yeah, I think we're very nice too. Anyways, appreciate your responses here, but I think maybe like another opportunity to talk about it if it kind of amounts to something much, maybe more significant. I'll just move that the September 18th, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02567, be received for information.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I don't see any more questions on that. So anyone to speak? Councillor Tang to close.
Just want to thank you for following the direction, doing the research, providing the options, and as always, very, very, very thorough and very diligent. Thank you.
Great, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 7-4 was approved already. Responses to consular inquiries, none. Private reports, none. Motions pending, none. Any notices of motions, any notice of motion and motions without customary notice. Seeing none, we are adjourned at 2:42. Thank you, everyone.